Good evening, and welcome to the November 27th meeting of the Livermore City Council, now continued to November 29th. We're just continuing the process here. Roll call. Let the roll show that all the members of the council are present and accounted for. And would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and welcome back. Glad you made it.
Yeah, I did have a couple of announcements. Normally, I don't wear jeans and a T-shirt to a council meeting, but when I do, it's for a good cause. LDI has been selling these T-shirts. It's Livermore Loves.
Show it.
And then, do I have to model? It's like, yeah, no. It's Livermore Loves all of the counties affected by the northern fires. So it's profits and proceeds go towards the victims of the fires and our neighbors, our wine country neighbors to the north. So it's on the LDI website. So please, I believe I don't see Rochelle here tonight. So hopefully I'm speaking correctly. I checked the link earlier and they're still selling them. So if you'd like to support it, yes, I heard you. Oh, yes, Mr. Senecor, should have checked. They're still selling them. So please, show your support. The other item is I was out Monday night. I did watch everything on TV 30. And I am so sorry I missed such a love fest. I mean, at one point I wanted to clean my screen to make sure I had it on the right, council meeting, because it was like, wow, everybody's just so productive comments and getting along. It was just like maybe the factor was me not being there or something. I don't know. I was like, well, what, do I just bring that out in people? I don't know. But I did listen to all the comments on TV 30. I had it taped on multiple devices, and I listened to it again in the car while driving to and from work over the last couple days just to make sure I got everything. So I'm ready for your quiz, Mr. Warner. I know he's going to quiz me on some of the comments, but I feel that enables me to participate tonight. So, and thank you, and thank everybody for sticking it out that night. Late meeting, and just great comments. So, thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And with that, hand it off to the city manager.
Honorable Mayor, this evening we're going to start off with a brief recap of the various topic areas what we're going to attempt to do is to provide a framework for the council to give direction back to your staff as to sort of what the next steps are going to be, the development of alternatives that you want us to do any further analysis on, and essentially what you'd like us to do to take a look at as we sort of move forward to get to a final discussion. With that, I'm going to introduce David Early from PlaceWorks, who can actually with any luck, we'll turn on our screen here, and we've got just a very brief presentation here to take a look at. This was the presentation that was distributed at the beginning of the meeting, so back on the 27th, and incorporates the major areas that we'll be looking for direction on in the various topic headings.
Great. Thank you, Mark. It's a pleasure to be here again this evening, and I'm looking forward to working with you this evening. Mr. Mayor, I might point out at the outset that obviously this is your meeting to run, but I wanted to mention that I'm here to help with any movement along as the evening progresses, so feel free to use me as a resource if that's appropriate.
Thank you.
And what I want to do right now is go through the recommended direction.
So that's Pete the cat.
Exactly.
I had no idea who he was. So thank you for including. He looks depressed. But okay.
It's the process.
That's him. I do have several slides here to document the recommended direction that we gleaned from all of the comments that you heard from our report. This is not actually reflective of what the comments were on Monday night. Of course, we hadn't heard those yet, but this is a summary of what we thought you might want to consider as points as you go to give us direction. And then once I'm done with those points and introducing them to you, I'll remind you of the process that we're proposing to you, then turn it back to you, and of course it's completely up to you whether you follow that process or another one in order to give us direction. So we have put together potential direction regarding the Stockman's property, and then regarding all the issues in the report that we've made, ranging from housing, open space, parking, and so on. Starting with the Stockman's Association property, we believe that we've been hearing that you might want to talk about the possibility of a downtown park with green open space for community use and public art that celebrates rodeo history, the Stockman's contribution to Livermore, and veterans as well. Allowing the park's name to be chosen by the Stockmen to contribute to commemorate their contribution to Livermore, and then simultaneously rezoning 2 acres of the Civic Center property for housing, building up to 75 units on that site, and using that to partially offset the need for housing in the downtown site that results from the payment that was made to buy those properties. So that would be a first set of directions for you all to consider. Then we move on into the individual items that would make up a plan for the downtown sites. And the first of those that we have identified that seems to be high on people's mind is to look at housing and understanding that there needs to be some safeguards around that housing, and that's why we put it in first. You may choose to look at it later also, but what we're saying here is that there might be somewhere in the range of 110 to 170 units of housing. A number somewhere in that range would be the rest of what's necessary to offset the payment that the city made for the land, and we understand that you might want to also ask us to create some additional safeguards. I believe the mayor on Monday mentioned an initiative even that might really put in place that number as one that would be stuck to in perpetuity. Again, you might want to look at this at the outset, you might look at it later, but we have that here on this slide. Then we've certainly heard that open space and parking are the 2 key issues for everyone. So open space is the next item that I have on my list. The open space, we're suggesting this might be one item where you want us to look at a couple different alternatives still. Either a linear east-west open space like the one you see here, or perhaps the plaza configuration, green and plaza, that you see here, or perhaps the Stockman's design from the unified plan, which we obviously didn't have drawn up because we just heard about it on Monday, but might be a third option that you would direct us on. Under any regard, you would direct us to include one or several of those and a few different concepts to be developed, making it perhaps highly accessible and actually available to the public and activated by surrounding uses, with the spaces accessible to existing businesses that front on First Street as well, adding some land in that area. You will probably want to give us direction on community character and design, particularly that all buildings should match the historic and small town feel that exists in Livermore, and also on building height, that some of what we heard is either or both no higher than the Bankhead Theater and 3 stories or fewer in most cases. We know parking, of course, is a big issue for you and for the community. Some potential direction in that regard is that parking should be provided in any of the concepts, both to replace existing on-site parking and to serve the new uses as required by the zoning code. That new parking could be provided in the I Street garage expansion, in a second parking garage and or surface lots on the site, which you see illustrated down here in this corner of the slide, which would be located on the southern boundary of the site closest to the First Street shops. I want to point out that we did hear some interesting ideas on Monday that perhaps the I Street garage isn't needed and could be offset with more garage space on site, and that might save some money for the city in not having to acquire those I Street sites, and that's something certainly that you might add to that direction as well, and again is not in the slide because we hadn't heard it before Monday night. Then finally, I think you might also want to give us direction about maintaining or even expanding parking near the Bankhead Theater in order for handicapped persons and disabled persons to make sure that they have ongoing access to the Bankhead Theater site. With regard to roads and walkways, you might consider an east-west access road through the site. You might consider, if the development program allows, a north-south access road on the K Street alignment, and you might also consider north-south connections from that new east-west street down to First Street on the 2 alignments that already exist today. In regard to retail, you might let us know that you would like to see restaurants, small specialty stops, artisan markets, and so forth in the quantity of approximately 10 to 20,000 square feet, including the hotel. These are numbers that are consistent with the key learnings that we've been talking about for the past several months, and that retail space would have good visibility from the street. And then you might also direct that there be additional access to the for the businesses along First Street to the southernmost portions of the sites, in order to allow them to have additional service areas or additional seating areas as well. You might consider direction in regard to offices, that it could be included in the project if the market warrants it, but to limit it since it's not a use that had high priority among the public as this process moved forward. For cultural facilities, you might want to give us specific direction. We certainly heard on Monday about a few that we hadn't necessarily heard of before, the Black Box Theater, the Science and Society Center. The draft that we put together before Monday was that we would include them to the extent they have private backers and do not require public subsidy. And then one of the final issues here would be coming back to housing, talking about locations and types of housing. That housing would be included on the west side, particularly in the northwest corner, and it could include a mix of housing types. On the hotel, you might request that we consider one or two or perhaps even three different locations for a hotel. The east side site that's been studied for quite some time, a west side site either similar to what was in the community group's plan or perhaps a slightly more compact one. And then we heard on Monday about the possibility of a hotel site along L at Railroad as well. So those would be 3 or 4 options where you might want to give us guidance there. You might want to give guidance regarding a conference center to be included in the hotel at a scale that's commercially viable. And then last, of course, but of course certainly not least, that public finance should rely on as little public subsidy as possible. I have these obviously here on slides. They're available for you if you'd like me to put them up in any particular order as you go through your issues. We can put them up for your reference as sort of starting points for discussion. And I did want to suggest that tonight you would be reviewing this recommended direction, going through the points essentially one by one and providing direction. We do have the capability by the end of the evening to show you in very broad strokes what your direction might look like in plan view so that we're clear of what we're talking about. And then what we presume to do is whether, and I don't think this would be the case, but even if you have just one concept or if you have 2 or 3, which I think is more likely, we would go back and draw those up, put hard numbers on them, and then evaluate them and analyze them, much the same way that in our workbook we evaluated the 4 concepts from the steering committee. We would bring that evaluation back to you at a future meeting, probably in January, at which time you would review those new concepts in the evaluation. You would take public comment on them. We certainly heard on Monday that members of the public do want to comment on those. We do propose that would happen at that meeting in January, and then you would look at those concepts, look at the evaluation, and make a final selection at that time. So that's our proposed process for you. I'm available to answer questions, and as I said, to help either by putting the slides up and also to help with any of the discussion as you move forward. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, we had all the public comment last meeting, and as I mentioned, the last one, the idea was to define the elements. And we've identified them, we've defined them, and now we have a good sense of which ones are the most important to the community. Obviously, number 1 is parking, number 2 is community character, number 3 is open space. And I think that it's critical that those 3 elements are the first ones that we start placing, because those are the ones that are most important to this community. And then once we've placed those, then we can start looking to see how everything else fits in place, because the idea was to create a cohesive, functioning, vibrant downtown. So how's the best way to do that? It wasn't to create a fully baked plan. It was to begin to place these key elements that are so important to our community. So at this point, does anybody have any questions for staff after this most recent presentation? Okay. Pardon me?
Not until we go through the
Not until we go through the slides. All right. Okay. So with regards to parking, we have a couple of different possibilities. There was a number of folks that indicated an interest in the parking in the southwest corner of the site. And there was a lot of discussion about the I Street garage, which, as you pointed out, we may or may not need. There was obviously a lot of interest on keeping some parking on that site as well, but to not have less parking at any time during the staging as this project moves ahead. So with that, just a real quick sketch. Any insights on parking? Councilmember Carling.
I think one of the things that we should consider is we also, in regards to parking, we need to also give direction about tearing down some buildings.
Right.
Is that going to be part of this discussion? I mean, I think
Question about that.
we need, so for example, the southwest garage is not going to fit unless we tear down whatever that small strip mall is, as well as buy the building that's behind it. So I think we need to tear down the building behind Blacksmith Square. And all of those will generate additional public parking while the rest of the site is being developed. And I think we ought to consider, is there a minimum number of stalls, parking stalls, that we'll accept during this whole process?
Can I just say, it was a couple of meetings ago where we actually directed staff to come up with a plan for tearing down all those buildings.
Okay.
So that's already in process.
Okay.
And that the city manager said they would be coming back with it. So it's a given as step 0 that we level all the buildings that we can and create the maximum amount of parking. So, Mr. Roberts, isn't that correct?
Well, I understand that, but we haven't negotiated buying that one building yet, have we?
You do have one building left on that. We are in negotiations with the property owner on the back portion of one of the properties that does actually front onto First Street, essentially at the edge of where the parking garage, the southwest parking garage, is shown on that site there. The other properties we actually do own. Those up near Blacksmith Square, the Speedy Lube we actually do own, and essentially the meat market and other uses that are down in the site at the southwest corner of the site. So those are ones that the city does own. We would anticipate bringing back action for you to consider. And tonight, if you could essentially give us or affirm that direction, that that's your expectation for us to, in sequence, essentially bring back those demolitions.
Well, I'd like to affirm that. I don't think we can consider the parking without tearing down some of those buildings.
Good question.
Well, certainly it'll keep us up. We'll maintain the number, which is very important.
I think it's a given that we have to tear down every building we can in order to maintain the amount of parking. So I'm not sure now we have to enumerate them, other than the fact that every one has got to go. And at the first step, I believe that's true. And
Okay.
and so that I would suggest what we need to do with respect to parking, there's a couple of ways. One is, where do we want the parking when we're all said and done? And the second issue is, how do we stage the build so that we maintain sufficient parking? And we may have to do things that ultimately won't end up as parking during that phasing, right? Mm-hmm. So I believe that what I would suggest is we figure out what the end state looks like, where we really want the parking in the end. And then once we align on that and where the streets are, it's a separate problem, and it's actually a fairly complex analysis to figure out how to get there. And I don't think tonight we're going to be able to go through how to get there. Just when I know it, we're not going to be able to. It's not going to be clear how to do it.
Yeah, I agree with that. My only point was reaffirming the buildings that need to be torn down and the purchase of that one property so we can tear that down. I just wanted to make sure that everybody in the audience knows that needs to be done first, and that we had already started that process.
Yeah, okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah, because we have, and it's a given.
Mm-hmm.
So are we automatically excluding the I Street garage in this discussion? Because we do not own all the property for the I Street garage, correct? And do we have an estimate for acquiring that property? How much more it would cost?
So, no, you don't own all the property. You do own the property at the back, next
Right.
to the railroad tracks. and that could be used as interim surface parking as well. The parcels that we don't own, probably at least several $1 million to acquire those. I don't have an exact number for you, but
It's adding cost.
Yes.
Because it's the one location where we don't own the majority of the property for the, well, I wouldn't say majority, but a good chunk of the property for the expansion.
we own about half of the property.
About half the property. And again, I'll bring up, and I think some people did joke about it on Monday night about the finance end of it. I am very concerned about construction costs. I've brought it up at previous council meetings. I do know engineering costs for some projects now include a 40% contingency because people just don't know how much things are going to come out in terms of the actual construction costs, because it's actually hard to get people to build projects now. Everybody's busy, everybody's working. Maybe this will change, but that would mean kind of a downturn in the economy. So, when we go forward, but anything that we can do to reduce the overall cost for parking would be great. I don't know, and there was another comment on Monday night about taking into consideration, and we have to look into our crystal ball with this one, what traffic and travel tendencies will be in the future, that we're not necessarily overdoing the parking. You do have, with people using Uber and Lyft more, and kids are getting their driver's licenses at later ages, that does affect the amount and the need for parking. So I wouldn't want to see us, 20 years from now going and looking and saying, wow, look at all the parking stalls we threw up there. And, in an ideal world, everybody has the space that they want, but we just don't know. I don't know really how to deal with that. Are we spending a lot of money on something that's going to have a relative short-term gain potentially? Because I think when you build a parking garage, you think it'll be used. It's something 50 years from now people will still be using to the extent that they are, but that's just not. I mean, it really is becoming very interesting how the new travel modes are developing. So I just don't know how to account for that, other than saying that we should go the most cost-effective route at this point, which would lead me to believe that we would just, at this point, abandon, one of the preferred I Street garage. Because we picked two preferences, or just, I think it was one.
You had two preferences
Right.
that you did not identify.
So at this point, I don't think we should move forward with those in the I Street garage.
So can I just say that the I Street garage, you might think about it as a kind of a red herring, and we cannot really meaningfully talk about it at this point because it is highly dependent on what else we do. And if we do some of the designs that we've already seen, it's possible to build some of those designs without the I Street garage in the early phases. But the latter phases, and if we have this thing about we want to maintain parking, you seriously have to look at the I Street garage. But it's really a if and when kind of question, and that's kind of at the end of this from everything I've seen. But what is important to consider is in order to maintain the amount of parking during the construction phase, and if we have a certain limit that we want to maintain, which is the amount we have now, it's really hard to build this thing without buying those buildings and leveling them and at least putting surface parking into it. So what I'm saying is, although it may be that the highest priority was parking, we're not going to get it all figured out because it is so dependent on all the other questions. So we cannot, in my mind, speak meaningfully about the I Street garage at this point.
Given a few minutes to think about that, a few meetings, I meant to say, we kind of reached out quickly on the I Street location anyway, without considering alternatives. And since we brought up disabled parking, the concept that it really feels good to me when I look at it is using the existing lot where an east side plan would build a hotel if you went to a west side plan instead, and making it a larger lot, putting 8 to 10 disabled spaces near the south end of that parking lot, right behind Sost, etc., which is perfect access to both the bankhead and businesses. It just it presupposes more, but it's a temporary measure. Even it would help to quell some of the demand that we see, especially on the weekends downtown for disabled parking.
Right. I completely agree with you. But what you're talking about is how we get to where we want to go. And
I'm always talking about that.
right. So, but what I'm saying is, whether or not we would do that depends on what we think goes next to the banquet. So you know it's. I strongly suggest we kind of figure out these elements, and we have to do it in a way that we don't say, "Oh, we're going to do this," and then all of a sudden we can't do a bunch of other things. So, that the temporary parking solutions and something like the I Street Garage, we can go for it, but we're not going to finish tonight.
I wake up more in the middle of the night sweating about the price tag for the I Street Garage when we first got that. The more I got to thinking about it, the more I think about, do we want to saddle the people of Livermore with that expense, which is probably, we have a rough figure, and it is going to go up by the time we get around to building it. I can almost guarantee that.
And that leads to something that I'm trying to keep in mind as well. People were talking about housing needs for future generations. I'm also concerned about the financing for future generations. I don't want to saddle my daughter or future Livermore residents with a lot of debt over one project, and or maybe even developing a project that requires an ongoing operating subsidy in perpetuity. So that's just more of a general statement, which led me to start thinking about the expense of the I Street Garage, but also what Councilmember Warner mentioned, maybe we do acquire the property and use that area for surface parking. Acquiring the property and using the area for surface parking in the interim, that would be cheaper than building a parking garage. Because that's what really concerns me.
But I don't.
The prices of parking garages.
Right, but Councilmember Warner's point, this is a complicated, multi-pronged process, and I don't know, and maybe Councilmember Warner knows, is would we have to, if we could build or put in the temporary parking that is shown at least on that slide up there now, and maybe even including some behind Blacksmith Square, which is not a lot, obviously, but and how would we have to worry about buying the businesses north of Railroad now?
No, well,
Mr. Early's got possibly some insights here.
Yeah, I don't want to try and answer that question, but I do want to maybe suggest a path forward. I think you're having a very important discussion right now, and it's very important and fruitful one, and yet some of those details can be worked out at the staff level after your guidance tonight. So if I could, I've written down, I don't think it's a complete list, but I've written down 4 points that I think come out of the discussion you've had before, and if I could read those and you could respond to those. And just to alert you, they're kind of at the level that I think we're looking for your guidance overall tonight.
Just one thing. I'm going to answer his question.
Okay.
And the point is that you can build, if we align on the southwest garage, which is where everybody aligned on it, we don't have to build another garage in the first phases of the project. So the simplest way out of this on the parking study is to agree on that southwest garage. That's the only one we need in the beginning for everything.
Go ahead.
Okay, so having heard that from Councilmember Warner, my list is now 5 principles. So let me read those. So the first would be to tear down the buildings that are on the main Livermore Village site at the outset to free up additional land for parking. Principle 2 is that at all phases, to the extent possible, and I think we believe it will be possible for every phase, to provide both replacement of the existing number of parking spaces that are on the site today, plus all parking required by the zoning code for any new uses that have been built. So that will, and there may be even it may not be necessary to have quite that many because you may be actually losing some uses at the outset. But you would always have the number plus or minus whatever you need under the zoning code for buildings that have been added or removed. That would be the second principle. The third principle would be to use the land that's currently already been acquired for an I Street Garage for surface parking, but neither to acquire the additional land nor plan to build the garage unless absolutely necessary and at a phase as late as possible. The fourth would be to provide additional disabled parking on the east side, and particularly on the southern portion of the east side. And then the fifth, which Councilman Warner just said, and I didn't hear a response from the rest of you, was to include the southwest garage that's shown on this diagram as the primary parking resource. No one said it, but I think the sixth would be to use the rest of that southern area for surface parking if you wanted to go with what we heard from a lot of comments on Monday. So 6 principles, give or take like that, would give us enough guidance to move some concepts forward as we go to draw those forward.
Yeah, and I don't agree with all of those principles.
Great.
So that's the point, because in particular the accessible parking, that is something that there are several alternatives on. You weren't here, but we had a conversation on all that already. We haven't locked on it, and that's not the only place that solves it. So at this point, I wouldn't agree to that one. All the others make sense, but that one is still in play.
I thought he was sufficiently obtuse about the location that it could have been either.
Well, no, he said specifically,
He said the east side. I thought he meant the east side of Livermore.
Well, the east side of Livermore Avenue. Okay.
Right.
Okay, as far away. Okay, just as long as it's
on the
okay.
east side.
The only other one I might add to that list would be the acquisition of the property that we're already under discussion on. It's just to the east of that west garage there.
Yes.
Yell Street garage.
Well, my main point as far as disabled and accessible space would be keeping it massed to the center of downtown, so we're closer to that, so that those who do have mobility issues can get in and out of there quicker. It's a closer walk to both the Bankhead and the businesses on either block on First Street. But it just, to me, that makes better sense than putting it anywhere else. You just got access to more things as you're closer to the intersection of First and Livermore. So it works for me.
Yeah, I agree with that one. That especially on the west side of Livermore Avenue, there's a greater potential to provide it, and we should.
And you'd also suggested additional parking possibilities on McLeod.
On McLeod also.
And on First Street
And I
as well.
wouldn't. Those two are maybe exclusive. Where can we put those 8 or 9 spaces in there? Can we do it easier on that the spot behind Sost, or can we put it on McLeod? What works better?
Or even on First Street.
Well, then it depends on what goes on the east side.
Well, you're
so,
that's absolutely correct.
This may be
Well,
another
that
conversation
was-
for later, because
That was the part of the question that
who knows what's going on
prepared
on
to
the east
attack
side.
yet, but just a concept at least for a temporary series of sites. But it is something to consider for a long-term.
One of the goals that I think I have in terms of parking and just traffic circulation in general is to make sure that we're not doing these little alleyways where cars travel through and you have more pedestrian car interaction. So if it means that we do something on the east side, yet to get to the accessible parking, we have to do a specific alleyway for that. I just don't think it kind of. I'm not saying. I mean, I know there's some concepts where there's little access roads into areas. I really don't like that.
No, I'm not a fan myself.
So if it leads to that, then that's something that we need to consider. But again, that's later discussion once we figure out what the heck's going on.
Yeah, there's one other aspect. So first of all, on the accessible, I would say that the principle is to provide as much close in as we can.
Yes.
Both in the interim and the permanent solution on both sides. I mean, we got to figure that out. But it's going to be dependent on exactly what else is going in there as to how we do it. The other aspect of this that I believe is important is that, and I talked with staff a little bit about this, is that we got to punch the hole in the existing garage onto I Street if we start using that the surface lot, and make sure that the traffic pattern is much better than it is at the existing garage.
So what is it exactly that we're giving direction on right now? Are we saying that we're all in agreement with the southwest parking garage and go for that, and everything else will kind of flow as we make other decisions?
I think he was asking us if we agreed with his 5 or 6 principles.
Yeah, I could go through them one at a time, and as I've edited them based on what I just heard, and if one at a time, if they seem appropriate, you could move them forward in that way.
Well, I think, yeah, and this is the way to do it, is that is specifically, and I would move if that's what we got to do, that all plans have the southwest garage. All versions of all plans have that. That there's no reason not to have it based on what we know now.
I think that's fine. I just don't know how big is it. I don't know.
No. But the point is, they're going to be drawing plans and they'll be trying
Okay,
to get them
fine.
in there. But just that all plans have the southwest garage. We're not.
But we have a footprint there. I was just curious to see how many
I know.
spots you could figure would fit in that footprint.
That's a number we calculated in our previous concepts.
I'd love to hear that.
It depends how many levels, it depends on exact size, but our recollection is all centered around 270, 280,
Okay.
that number.
So no taller than the Bankhead Theater.
That's actually a very short one. That's a 3-level. The other version you could have is a 4-level or 3-story. Because you remember the parking decks
Right.
there. Your top parking deck at your current garage is 22 feet off the
22
ground.
feet, right.
Right.
And it's 3 levels?
Yeah.
And that number tells you why that is so important, because the current number of spaces we have is 550. So once you create that number of spaces in that compact place, you then have the room to do what we got to do.
So, Mr. Early, if you would just quickly relate the 5 points, or just
Yeah,
6 now.
I think we're up to 7, actually, depending on how you count. But so
project's growing.
1 and 1A are to tear down all the buildings at the outset and proceed with the acquisition of the remaining property on the Livermore Village site. And I think it's easier if you have consensus on those. I'll take that. I see heads nodding, and so we're done
Okay,
with that
yeah.
one. Great.
That's a winner.
Number 2 is to provide parking to both replace the existing numbers and to offset any additional uses through as required by the zoning code at every phase as we move forward.
Yes.
One modification. That's aspirational.
Yes.
That's going to be difficult to do, actually. So I think what I would suggest we evaluate the plans on their ability to do that, but we might have a fairly compelling plan that can't quite do that. And I wouldn't say, absolutely it didn't make it. It's got to be a little bit of flex around that one.
I understand it that way. That it's aspirational, and but we are going to aspire strongly to get there at every phase, and certainly in the final phase. But we're going to at least try and reach it in every phase, and if we can't, we'll report on that.
All right. So, is there general agreement on that?
Yes.
Okay. You got your 2 for 2.
Great. The third one is that we would use the I Street land that's owned today for surface parking and improve the traffic pattern flowing in and out of there. And we would purchase that additional property and consider building a structure there only if absolutely necessary and in a later phase.
Yeah, so any discussion about purchasing property would come before us again? Is that
Yes,
what you just
absolutely.
said? Thank you.
Sure, and it's 2 steps. One is it may be in order to meet the parking requirement, it may be necessary, to purchase that extra buildings from the willing sellers in order to meet the parking need, parking value. And then there's the next nuance to that is not all the sellers are willing, and that's certainly another more extreme step. And then whether or not you have to purchase from unwilling in order to build the garage. So there's multiple nuances to that one and complexities, and it's down the line.
Correct. Your first step is a surface lot only. All steps after that sort of include additional work
Yeah.
from you guys.
Or as the properties become available. So should the property owners decide just to sell, then we have our eye on that for a
We would
future
bring-
expansion
We
or
would bring that back to you.
any other project. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. That's prime stuff for us to get independent of what its purpose is at the moment.
Okay.
And that was number 3. We have agreement?
Yes. 3 for 3.
So number 4 is, as I understand it, to provide additional disabled parking as much in at least equal and probably greater numbers than exist today, as close as possible in the downtown area and at all phases. Number 5 is to build the southwest garage, to include the southwest garage in any of the concepts that come out of tonight's meeting. And then number 6 is to include surface parking between the new Southwest Garage and the Uncle U's parking lot, to have that area be a surface parking lot, again, in all of the concepts. So, and I think that covers one way or another all the items that were on that slide and all the other items that you all have brought up now. And unless you have other items, I think you could go on to your next one.
So at this point, I'm confirming that on those, across those items, we do have consensus from all 5 of you on all of those issues.
Yes.
Very good.
No. Just one comment about that, the parking behind the First Street businesses. That was the last point, and I wanted to expand on that. One of my concerns throughout this entire process has been, what do you build close to the businesses on First Street? What are you putting there close to the backside of the businesses, and what levels, what densities, what heights? I know at one point there was a resident at one of the meetings that distributed a picture of townhomes towering over First Street businesses, and that's I know that would never happen. I think it was Photoshopped where like the front door was above the First Street businesses, but a little bit, kind of floating on a cloud there. But that's always been a goal, and when I keep bringing up the fact that we need to protect the character and the feel of downtown, that's part of it. We need to figure out some buffer in between. So I'm very reluctant to put in any kind of construction that would create an alleyway, so
I
to
don't
speak.
understand. It's a parking lot. That's what
No,
they're
I know
now.
that's why it's a parking lot now.
Right.
But there
Forever.
were, right.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I like this
Oh.
location of
Oh,
that
okay.
southern
Okay.
part. I didn't want to gloss
You're
over.
agreeing.
I thought you
You're
were-
agreeing.
I'm
with-
agreeing, and
Okay.
I'm just giving a little bit more context as to why it's
Sorry.
important to have surface
Agreeing with an
parking there.
explanation.
Oh, he's starting something.
Right. I felt that it needed a little bit more of an explanation.
A
because-
violent agreement, yes.
Right. But exactly, it is. I don't condone violence, but hey, there you go. No, I just think it's important to provide that buffer. That's all.
And I'll just say that this touches upon that other element that we're going to deal with, and that is, it was pointed out by the owner of the First Street Ale House, and I think others, is that it's important to have that entry into First Street look good. So there's another aspect here, or principle, that whatever we do there, it's going to be good. And I liked Rochelle Snedecor's comment about we're going to have to corral those free-range dumpsters and things. So there's that element in there. So I'd like to add that to the principle that when we're done, it's going to be really good.
So we'll add
we
that
gonna-
to that.
We can have a judging contest, I guess, on how we judge it. But you get it.
As opposed to the usual schlock that people are putting. We're going to maintain that good, that high quality, and that brings us to community character, by the most amazing coincidence.
Yeah.
Which maintaining that community character and design, high quality development, whatever that may be, historic looking materials. We've heard that people don't want anything to infringe upon Blacksmith Square because everybody loves Blacksmith Square, and that there shouldn't be anything large or imposing next to that because we want to maintain that historic character of that site.
Yeah, one of the comments, and I joked about it a little bit earlier about the height. Buildings should be no higher than the Bankhead Theater. I would say if adjacent to the Bankhead Theater. One of my concerns about the west side has always been the massing and the heights on the west side. I think John Stein brought this up maybe during the Lennar Trumark debate about that we're trying to cram too much on the west side. That comment really stuck with me, and I think the Stockman's proposal has really opened up the west side for a lower density of uses. So I think I could say this now, that my concern about the west side has always been trying to figure out how are we putting a hotel, residential, retail, and public space all on that one parcel. And that's always been a big concern. But the Stockman's proposal is really opening up that area for some of those uses. And but I've always felt that the west side, the densities and the heights should be lower than what's on the east side. I don't want to continue, and I don't think the east side densities, the heights are bad, but I don't want to continue that to the backside of the west side parcel, if that makes any sense. Again, anything towering over First Street, keeping it as low and as light as possible, if that makes any sense. I'm trying to convey more of a feeling than a technical term.
Well, yeah, but I technically said let's limit the height to 3 stories, and I don't think I got any support.
Well, I mean, we didn't know what was going on at the time. I mean, can you do a hotel at 3 stories?
Yeah,
I know
before-
you're ribbing me a little bit on that one, but I think it is hard to just do a blanket statement without seeing, and again, even through the community input process, people were looking at a lot of squares on maps. You really weren't looking at setbacks. We really weren't looking at heights. And somebody may think that a square on a map looks great, and then all of a sudden you build it, and it's like, well, wait a minute, really that high? So I think that's important, that when we make the statement that be no higher than the Bankhead Theater, has to be adjacent to the Bankhead Theater. And I don't think any use would be higher than the Bankhead.
Well, but along those lines, and not joking around, I think on the west side it's not higher than 4.
Right.
Right. That's where we got to go, especially on the west of the west side. But and it comes down as you come towards Livermore Avenue.
No higher than 4 for the hotel?
No, for a structure.
For structure.
For a structure, because we've got to keep in mind that right across the street on the Gross Brothers site, that's 4 stories.
Yeah.
Right.
Plus, the other thing is you want to be careful. You don't want where that 3 or 4 stories goes, because you certainly don't want that on the east side of the west side, okay? Because you don't want to have anything towering adjacent to Blacksmith Square.
That's what I'm saying. We got to.
If you were to do something higher, it would have to be more west on the west side.
Yeah.
It's got to be sloping down.
Right.
We don't want the canyon feel.
Right.
We don't want Casa Crute to be forever in a shadow.
You don't want the trench in Star Wars.
I said it once and it made
And you'll
the
never
paper,
forget
but it's just okay.
And you voted for that project.
Yes, I did.
gonna move
I was conveying the feeling of driving through it during the construction, but after it was done, it was okay. But the paper took liberties, and that was fine.
So which one of the topics are we on? And
Yeah,
have
I
we
was
Run
just
community,
wondering.
character and design.
I've been.
Are there
taking
principles here you want us to nod our head on?
Right. So I'm hearing this
it
list sort of
clear yet?
morphing into 4, and the 3 of them are a little clearer to me than the last one. So I'll start with those. The first 2 are characterized in that first bullet, that you want all architecture and all urban design to mirror the historic character and small town feel. And number 2 would be that predominant materials would be the brick and heavy timber that you see in other parts of Livermore. The third one, which isn't written up here directly, is that we don't want nothing to loom over Blacksmith Square or change its visual character. And then the fourth one would be about building height, and I'm hearing a little less clarity on that, but I think an emerging consensus is that on the east side, if necessary, a building could be as high as the Bankhead Theater, but probably coming down somewhat near Livermore Avenue so that it's stepped down. And on the west side, you might go to as much as 4 stories right at L Street, because there would be growth on the Growth Brothers site. You might have that height as well, but that would go down to a maximum of 3 stories at Livermore Avenue itself. So
Isn't that already written in our downtown specific plan or something in terms of building heights?
Yes. Those things are not inconsistent with your downtown specific plan. It does not include the additional guidance to bring the overall building heights down to 3 stories as you're approaching South Livermore Avenue. It has a maximum height of 4 stories in there. It requires some elements of those 4-story buildings to be 3 stories.
Right.
So even when it is a 4-story building, it has elements that are 3 stories. And so that could be further guidance as it's written in there. But what we heard, I think, was some additional guidance on near Blacksmith Square, noticeably smaller than that. And there'd be setbacks before you actually step that height up. And that on the east side, your frame of reference starts with the Bankhead Theater and slopes down towards South Livermore Avenue.
Okay. Regarding Blacksmith Square, the thing that I would hope, I guess, is whatever we do, that we have a conversation with the folks at Blacksmith Square. I mean, their definition of looming and ours might be different. So I think it'd be incumbent upon us as we move forward to make sure that they're part of the conversation when designs are being put together.
Yeah,
Just to do that, just to do it up here amongst us or the staff without, involving them in the conversation, I don't think would be right.
I agree. That's a very good
They
idea.
spoke at
That's
the-
exactly right. Yeah, she was here to represent those folks.
Stephanie Fish.
Yes.
So I would suggest staff, I agree with you, staff should reach out and make sure. And it's, of course, not just the proprietors there, but it's also the owners of the building.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I think we could summarize it as saying that if we don't complement and/or enhance Blacksmith Square, we don't want to do it. I mean, I think, our goal is not just to preserve, but something that could possibly even add to the area. Something that could complement and drive more traffic to and/or seamlessly fit in with Blacksmith Square. I've always felt Blacksmith Square is kind of this island unto itself over there in the corner, and we need to figure out a way to connect it with everything else. So I don't know if that's another point, but that kind of emphasizes the don't tread on Blacksmith Square.
Well, and you're also touching on, I agree with what you said, and you're also touching on making sure we don't create retail islands, right? I mean, that's another, I don't know, and when we get into there, but maybe save it for the retail thing, but that's a very, you just touched on that.
I think you're right. I think it preserves the integrity when you can find a way to get everybody down there in that one big block to be easy walking distance without having to think about it too hard. And you're at Blacksmith Square, it takes a little thought to get there if you're not used to going down there. It would be really nice to have that connectivity as part of all this.
Right, that's the thing that's so spectacular about Blacksmith Square is even though it's got everything going against it, it's so vibrant.
Packed, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great resource.
One other comment on the heights. I also want to make sure that if we say, limit it to 4 stories or 3 stories and below, that we also kind of state that it's not going to be all 4 stories across the block or all 3 stories. I think some kind of statement of minimal heights across and 3 and 4 stories only when necessary or some. I don't know how to phrase it. Hopefully we can come up with something.
Yeah, there are ways to
better.
offset that, I think, as you design these things as we get further into it here. The community character part, I just think of that as kind of an emotional topic, honestly. It's not it's very less quantifiable as it is a matter of what, as members of the community each have a different definition. I'd say probably everybody here tonight has a different definition of what community character is. But I think we have a good idea where our roots are, how we grew up, how we got to this point here. And I think that's the part we'd like to probably impart to the rest of the world. And as I drive around, which I do a lot, my poor 402,000-mile Corolla is finally on its last leg. I compare it to Walnut Creek 30 years ago is what we're looking at right now. And what Walnut Creek has done is build out of proportion to their downtown and really done a lot of destruction there. So I'd like to make sure really that we keep these things in mind. And I'm not using you, Dublin, not tonight.
Yeah, and they went to a lot of high rise, and we're
exactly.
taking steps to ensure that we do not
Precisely.
go
yes.
high rise here.
And that's real important to keep that in our
Protecting those elements.
forefront of our head to maintain the character.
Yeah, I would agree that in addition to Dublin, Walnut Creek is an example of what not to do.
Yeah, I'll
Shall we
save-
write that down as one of the principles?
No, I'll save some of the Dublin comments because I think it's for later, but more along the line of housing. But yeah, I think when you talk about the community character or the character and the feel of downtown, I think you do. We're not going to please everybody. There are some people that will be just upset with losing the surface parking on the west parcel. But when you look back at a project and say, boy, it was really great until they did that. We just want to make sure we never get to that point where you could easily say, hey, it had this great feel and it was walkable, and then they added X, Y, and Z, a water park on the west side or something, and it doesn't match the hey, that's an extreme example, but or it was so dense that it just now I can't get a table anywhere because I know the businesses would love that, but my thought through this entire process is always thinking about the residents and that experience first, and then what would be great for visitors, hotel guests, new residents in the downtown is all secondary to the experience of what our existing residents have. Because when I talk to people about what's going on with downtown, it's always, oh man, I hope you don't screw it up. I mean, I hope you don't destroy X, Y, and Z, or make it so it's harder for me to get to the donut wheel or whatever. So that's how I kind of.
But
that's
if you
my priority.
remember, when we started on redeveloping the downtown 12 years ago, people hated it. They were convinced we were going to screw it up. There was a lot of opposition against it. People fought it tooth and nail, and now those same people that fought it tooth and nail love it.
Well, and I think that's because we've
that's,
changed and morphed it, and I think this is how we're judging that we're preserving the character and feel, because we don't have the pitches and torches coming out over any certain aspect of downtown.
But
the last Monday night was great with the comments, because it seemed like there was this project starting to form with everybody and their comments and feeling. I know I said at 2 meetings prior that if we can argue this thing into the ground and end up with nothing, but then Monday night was very refreshing, because it seemed like there was some agreement forming. It was.
And one of the things that I've heard from people is I've had people tell me that one of the things they don't like about the downtown is that 10 years ago they could walk into any of the restaurants downtown and get a table on a Friday night, and now there's actually people in there, and they may not be able to get a table.
Right.
But that's a bad thing that our business isn't successful.
You run into those, and I've run into that comment as well. And I say, well, what about the new restaurants that'll come in? You won't be at you'll still be able to go to your favorite restaurant, but maybe you'll have a few more.
And remember, last year when they had the best of the best, the Bay Area News Group had the best of the best out of the entire East Bay. The top 100, Livermore had 28. Out of 34 cities in the East Bay, Livermore had 28 of the top 100. Best Italian, best sports bar, best barbecue, best Asian, best Thai. We just rocked it. Best French, we rocked it.
Yeah, it's that comment is so crowded, nobody goes there anymore. So I would just, I'd like to add one comment about the community character. And we can be a little bit more specific on that first bullet, I believe, is that Councilmember Carling and Mr. Spence and Rochelle Snedeker and others, we walked around downtown and we made a lot of notes as to what mattered. And you begin, if you do that and you look at the buildings and you see, because of the brick, there's insets in the windows, they're not right up against it. There's the iron work. There's both the yellow and the red brick. So what I would suggest is then, Mr. Spence, I think you got the notes from that those notes from that walkabout be incorporated in this effort. And do you remember that, Councilmember Carling?
Yes.
Yeah. So,
So at your pleasure, I can read the 4 principles that, again, I've been augmenting them as we go.
Okay.
So the first of them is to mirror and enhance the historic character and small town feel, and I just added that includes working from the notes from that walking tour that the council members took with the downtown business leaders. Number 2 is
we need to see those notes as well for those of us that weren't on the walking tour.
We will bring them as
I
part
trust
of
their decisions, but if they say, hey, pink flamingos would be great downtown, I want to make sure that I read that
They're not
before.
historic.
Yeah.
The second is that predominant materials, certainly not the only materials, but important materials are brick and heavy wood. The third is not to loom over Blacksmith Square or actually the First Street buildings, and that we want to be complementary and enhancing both Blacksmith Square and First Street, and that part of ascertaining how we do that would be to talk to the merchants in those areas. And then fourth is about building height, and I think what I boiled down here is that on the west side that would be maximum 4 stories at L Street down to maximum 3 stories along South Livermore Avenue. On the east side, it would be the height of the bankhead on its far east, moving west down to 3 stories at Livermore Avenue, and that is not the only building height across the site, but that there should be variation with smaller buildings, shorter buildings as well.
yeah, and not 3 stories near Blacksmith Square.
Repeat 4?
On the east side, on the west side, it would be 4 stories at L Street down to 3 at Livermore Avenue. On the east side, it would be the height of the bankhead next to the Bankhead Theater, going down to 3 stories at Livermore Avenue, and it would be shorter buildings at Blacksmith Square, and those maximum heights are not consistent heights, but they are maximums to be interspersed with smaller buildings as
As
well.
needed, right? Worst case scenario.
No.
Okay.
On those principles, we have consensus from the council on that direction? Okay. All right.
Okay, now we're moving on to open space.
Do we want to do the Stockman's deal at
I
some
consider
point?
that part of the open space.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you
Yeah.
want to, I mean, is that something you want to think
Well, I
about
think, well,
first? or-
because we're talking about the open space in the context of the Stockman's trade, because that allows us a larger parcel of open space.
Well, I know. I'm saying, we haven't affirmed that we're going to do that. Do we want to talk about that?
Okay, all right, you make an interesting point. Yeah, so I was putting the two together, but if you wanted to handle them slightly separately, we can do that as well.
I would suggest
Okay,
that
let's do
because
that. Okay.
it's the question is are we going to proceed and do all plans have that?
Okay.
And then
all right.
it
Okay, then we fold into that. Okay, good point. Okay, so the Stockman's Association, this is the a potential land trade with the Stockmans to provide a park in the downtown instead of a park on Pacific, to do a land swap to enlarge the open space on Blacksmith on the west side, and then allow for some of the housing that would have gone into the downtown to get built on the Stockman's property on Pacific.
right. And I think that not everybody on the council has been as familiar with all the terms and conditions. And
You were there from the beginning, so.
yeah, so I think Mr. Finster is here, and I think it would be good to hear from him as to the specifics of what we're talking about before we actually affirm it. I mean,
No, I agree because everybody's been talking about the Stockman's deal, and I've always, because it's a proposal because we haven't cut a deal yet. So I'd like to hear, and make sure that all the terms and conditions or what terms and conditions exist with the.
so
proposal.
I'd like to ask Mr. Finster to step up to the podium and kind of review the main points.
Can I ask a more fundamental question first? I mean, we had somebody speak on Monday night that was threatening to sue us if we did this. Can you speak to that, Mr. City Attorney?
We will reach out to the Ms. Fierce from Carla. We will go reach out to her and explain to her what is under consideration with the council. I'm not sure that they were fully aware of the entire project under consideration. They're looking at it from one perspective. There are some housing obligations that need to be met. I think Carla had not anticipated how the city was going to meet those needs. And right now, that's the process you're going through, is how those housing needs are going to be satisfied. Once we get direction from the council this evening, we will reach out to her and share that information with them so they at least have some comfort with the process, that we're not stepping away or turning a blind eye to that particular need and obligation.
There was another comment, too, that said we were violating some other civic codes. And he seemed to know all the numbers and so on and so forth. I mean,
Yes, Ms. Fierce was referring to the California Code of
I was
Regulations.
talking about Mr. Barker.
Mr. Barker?
Yeah. Secondly, I was asking a second question. Wasn't he also criticizing us for?
He was, and I think they were generally coming from the same point of view and the same perspective.
Oh, they were. Okay.
So we have our requirements in our general plan, our requirements in our specific plan. We
Okay.
have specific requirements that came along with some of the funding that came from the state, as well as our own housing, inclusionary housing fees that were put into this particular project. Those needs do need to be met. We intend to meet those, but based upon the council's direction, we will return and present that to Carla, and Mr. Barker would like to have that information. We can speak with him as well,
Okay.
as far as how the city intends to meet those obligations.
I see. Okay, thanks very much.
Sure, certainly.
Sorry.
So maybe we proceed with having Mr. Finster step up and review the points?
If you'd like to ask questions of him, feel free.
Yes.
Sure,
I
I
would.
had a
You may
question.
invite him. If Mr. Finster is agreeable, he can answer those questions from the council.
So should we start with questions, or I don't know if you had a statement?
That is the question that I was going to ask is, could you please review the main specifics of the requirements in order for this proposal to turn into a deal?
Well, what the Rodeo Association was looking for to make a deal would be a centrally located park, wide open grass area, maybe about a half acre of grass surrounded by trees, and a small plaza there too. We wanted a park that the town would be able to utilize, where we could have events there. Families could go with their kids and play, where you could pop up tents, to have other types of events. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I'm thinking like car shows and what have you. But art, thank you. But also in that, we wanted to have the Rodeo Association recognized for its contributions to the city, and to recognize our ranching history and also our rodeo history. And we also would like to see a statue of some sort honoring our veterans, because back in this original deal that the city made with the Rodeo Association, I think it was in 1962, so I wasn't here for that one, there was supposed to be a park with some sort of monument for the veterans of the Murray and Pleasanton Township of World War I. So those are just a few of the things that we would like to see in that. And we think it's a great opportunity for the whole town, and it's kind of a win-win for everybody, because the city gets a nice park downtown that we can use, and we're also going to preserve a little bit of our history that a lot of people, frankly, don't know about. A lot of this property here was given to the city by the Rodeo Association in that deal back in 1962. So we're just looking to recognize some of that in this park deal if it was to go through.
And also to recognize that it was almost 100 years ago that the first rodeo was held in Livermore to provide services to the veterans that were fighting in World War I.
Yeah, to raise money for the Red Cross.
Red Cross
That's exactly right, yeah.
President McGlinchey is the one that took that challenge.
Yes.
So, just a question that I had, and again, I love the offer. As I mentioned earlier, I think it opens up possibilities on the west side when we're moving some of the units off of the site. I just want to make sure that we're addressing, all of your requirements or your preferences with the park. So, do you have a preference for shape, so to speak? I mean, you mentioned a
Yes.
plaza and then a wide open grassy area. I mean, if we can make it in the shape of a cowboy hat, would that be preferable? Are we talking rectangle, square? I mean, are you looking at something like this? Or
On something like that.
Or that?
More, yeah. On that type of version, we talked about that, and there's not much that we felt that you can do with it and have these big events there and make it a fun park for families and that. Right. Where if you had more of a square or a big round area, you could have a lot more activities there, and also have the plaza hooked up to it, and also being fairly close to Blacksmith Square was a big thing for us also. Okay. Because it kind of ties into the theme of the park.
Okay, and then we do need to at some point talk about the size of open space, and one of the things, and I like to refer to it as public space. When we talk open space, I'm thinking preserving hills with endangered species. That's the typical term for open space, but we'll just keep it at that for now. That's just my own little Virgo annoyance there, but. When we're talking size, that's something we would need to also discuss, because if we can get cost estimates for maintaining at what sizes for the public space, because we do not have a dedicated parks fund in the city. So The money to maintain this is, from what I understand, coming out of general fund. It's not. We're not going to then go and hold our hands out to all the business owners saying, "Hey, you know, your downtown district that you approved, we want you to include this in the district and jack up your fees." That's not something that we're looking at. So that's one of the concerns that I mentioned earlier is the long-term operating. I think I do not recall hearing this Monday night. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did we go over that we are currently operating our downtown at a loss? And this is a news flash to a lot of people. We do not make money off of our $400,000 loss. So one of the balancing factors with a new development, the more residential that we install in this new development, the more revenue we're bringing in to help pay for it. Now that we're moving residential off the site, we are also losing potential income, and that ongoing operating is going to be a concern for me. So I'm not saying that we need to scale anything down. I just want to make sure that we're meeting your needs at the same time making sure that we're being cost effective and not. I don't think at this point that we're going to be able to dig ourselves out of that $400,000 hole with this development, but we will be adding to that ongoing subsidy, which I don't have a problem with because it is a heck of an amenity for the rest of the town. And it's good for businesses. There's a lot of positive. That's something that local government should be doing, is using the tax dollars wisely to enhance, and it's something that everybody enjoys. So I just wanted to get the sense of what exactly you're looking for in terms of the design and the layout of the park.
Well, just to underscore one point that a lot of people aren't aware of is that the city of Livermore does not operate the park district.
Right.
We have a separate Livermore Area Recreation and Park District that does parks. The city of Livermore doesn't manage the parks in Livermore. So this would be kind of a departure for us because this would actually be maintaining a park in the downtown.
And I think if you were to propose this 2 years ago, 3 years ago during the drought, you would get people coming out saying, wait a minute, what about all that grass and maintaining it?
Yeah.
Personally, I don't have a problem with that centrally located. If you look at the public space right now in our existing downtown, and here's a news flash, it gets hot out in Livermore.
Yeah.
The public spaces, if you look at Livermore Plaza right now, when it's hot, people are using it. If you look at other areas where there's not, you don't have the grass and some of the landscaping, people just avoid it like the plague because it's so hot. So, I think that's what you're saying.
Fountain.
Yeah, or Lizzie Fountain.
Lizzie Fountain is packed.
I still, my daughter's 9 and she still wants to pull over and run through even though she's fully clothed. It's like, okay, every now and then.
I do that.
I join her because I end up chasing her through it and we just end up getting. But anyway, I want to make sure that it is landscaped, to the point where you would get that shade and it'd be a cool and inviting spot and not all hardscaped or whatever.
No, that's like
Right.
with that unified vision that came out that we supported. We love the way that was drawn up with the park and the plaza, and then if you look at it, the grass area, you had the trees going around it, and that's why we came out in support of that.
I would echo the mayor, quite honestly, about that too. This is something that we have to communicate with LARPD, because I do believe the LARPD's responsibility is going to be maintaining this park. It isn't the city's responsibility. That's something that we have to make very clear with them, I believe.
Yeah, but they had no interest when the RFP on the downtown.
They cannot
was
have
put
an
out.
interest, but I think we need to do
But that's why they didn't
twisting.
submit a plan for a park in the downtown, is because they did not conceive of ever operating a park.
I
in the
just
downtown.
don't see it with some of the neighborhood parks and the huge expanses of grass we have out here that are maintained nearly flawlessly. That this would be a very difficult place to keep swept and clipped.
Oh, no question.
It's
Yeah.
pretty simple.
Councilmember Coomer has an inside track to LARPD and pulling the strings
So
over
We're
there.
down there
Have
and
that-
twisting arms.
So have that conversation. Perhaps we could start working with them and maybe taking over the responsibility on that
I
side.
think that's the way to go, quite honestly, yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Carling.
Yeah, I just had, so you talked about the park, which is great, and we appreciate that. What about the space that you'd be giving up? We've talked about putting low-income housing there. Do you have any comments about that, or
No, we were all
direction, or?
No, we were all for that, especially since it was going to be low-income housing for seniors and also veterans. So we were 100%
Okay.
behind that.
Okay. I just want, I mean, there's
Oh,
two
yeah.
parts to this, right?
Oh, yeah, there is.
Okay.
And if I could just, there was a question that came up about the shape of the site and the quality of the public space, as it were. But the long longitudinal one, I've seen several designs on that, and that was not just an open green space. Actually, it was bisected and crisscrossed by a number of walking paths. So that wasn't just one large lawn. The designs for that had many different walking paths that went through it. So it wasn't an open space where children could play and throw a frisbee and that sort of thing. So it was a different type of usable space. It was more of a walking space, whereas this is more of the division of the Stockman is more of a
Family orientated.
a gathering space as opposed to a walking space. And what we heard was the people were looking for a place where the families could gather and children could play.
Yeah.
So I think that the next one that actually meets more of the vision that the Stockman were
If I could interject here, we do have from my office Pranjali Deokali here back in the back corner, and she can amend these drawings if you like. So she's actually working right now, having seen the Stockman, the unified vision. I think if you'd like, she can actually put up a picture of what that unified vision would look like in this same kind of scale and in these colors, if that would be helpful to see.
Yeah, at that, sure.
Pranjali or Neil, can you do that at this moment?
Technology is a wonderful thing.
Magicians back here.
See, self-driving cars are next. We don't need the parking garage.
Yeah, like that's
So that's drawn roughly to the scale that was shown in the drawing that the Kents showed last night, or 2 nights
So it's
ago.
a central gathering plaza, and then the parks, the grass area would go towards South Livermore and then draw people in.
And I also think a factor playing into this is the hotel location. So I mean, we haven't gotten into that discussion, but if the hotel is located on L Street, which that comment was, I woke up with that comment. I was like, wow, didn't think of the corner of L Street. How do we connect everything as well? I mean, is it, we need to talk about the street layouts, but I think that when people see this, we shouldn't just say this is, just going to be this green island unto itself, not connected to the rest. We need to figure out the connectivity between the entire, the site and wherever the hotel is and whatever the retail and everything else. So I just want to caution that this isn't, kind of the end all be all. There will be other things connecting this.
Well, that was an interesting point that came up several times over the conversation on Monday, as people were saying that this green space and the park should be there for the members of the residents of the hotel to be able to enjoy. But what we've heard is that this downtown is mostly focused on for the residents to be able to enjoy. So that really needs to be placed where the community and the families can enjoy it. And depending on where the hotel goes, left or right, that's not really an amenity for the hotel. That's really an amenity for the downtown and for the community.
No, yeah, I understand that, but also where you place the hotel, that now gives me as a resident a reason to walk that east to west, location there. Before, if you put housing on that corner of Railroad and L Street, as a resident, I have no reason to ever walk to that corner. Now, if there's a hotel there with a restaurant, I may kind of stroll over there to check out the restaurant, or if there's a meeting in the hotel. So it's kind of,
Or if you're just
how
going
you
to gather and meet friends at the plaza.
Right. No, I know, but I'm just saying that, I think this will all play into the connectivity. Maybe it moves over to the left a little bit more. I know this is a quick AutoCAD. Is that Auto? Yeah, I think that's
It's actually Illustrator. But who's
sorry.
counting?
Illustrator example. But it's good to kind of talk about this on the fly.
So I would also suggest there's a couple more contractual details. For instance, this is in perpetuity. This isn't something that happens and then housing gets on it.
Exactly. We were looking at making a 99-year agreement that the city couldn't come in 10, 15, 20 years down the road and decide to change the name of the park and tear it out and do something
Could
else
we make
with
it
it.
longer than that?
Well, from what I've been told, you could only go 99, then you got to redo it again. So,
But if it's included as
Would you be
part
willing
of
to agree to on the second 99 then?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
if
You
it's
personally.
part of an initiative,
Yeah.
that goes beyond 99.
Yeah.
But the other question that I had for you, in the slide it said veterans, and then you're mentioning World War I veterans and what happened with the exchange with the Red Cross and everything for World War I. So are you focused on the World War I veterans, or are you thinking we could maybe? And this might be a discussion for. I just want to get what your.
Oh, I can answer that question because the original one was supposed to be for veterans of World War I from the Murray and Pleasanton Township.
Right.
But what we want to do is we want to honor all veterans, including those going back to them. And one of the ideas we had, one of our directors is a Vietnam veteran. And he had seen somewhere, I don't remember where it was, but a statue. And what it was a cowboy holding his cowboy hat
And the helmet.
putting on his military helmet.
I know what he's talking about.
And that's what we're looking at, something like that to have in the plaza where we be honoring our veterans.
Okay, I just want and these are details that we can. I just wanted to hear
Sure.
from you. I volunteered at a military history museum for several years and kind of a World War II buff because of my grandfather. So I just wanted to get a sense of if it's for a specific set of veterans or if there's something that we can do to incorporate all. So yeah, great.
That's what we wanted for
Okay,
all.
Perfect.
So I would ask, any other questions?
No, honestly, I'm happy with the from when it was proposed and looking deeper into it, although not as deeply as we have information for at this point. I think it's a win-win. It's an easy way to go. It reflects our we want to talk about some of our history and our community character. There certainly does. We'll throw out to anybody who's looking and anybody who visits it that it'll work out well. And in addition to helping seniors out in an affordable housing setting out there, it just you can't go wrong with that kind of a
So I
split
want
like
to.
that.
I have one question I just thought of is that I think one of the principles that Mr. Early will get us to is that all plans will incorporate in a vision of this kind of deal happening, and that even though they've endorsed the unified vision, that's to be treated as an example and not the precision of it has to be that or nothing, but that's a very clear illustration of what works, and there's just room to move around that a little bit. Okay. Does that work?
Yeah, yes, that'll work.
Any other questions at this point?
No, can we turn down the heat?
Okay. Again, I think this is. And
I'm fine. I don't know. It's just
Broiling
I
up
think
here.
it's dressed appropriately for the heat.
But I think that, as I mentioned Monday night, we've heard a lot of people
Just trying to
talking
make up
about
for the
something
other night.
iconic in the downtown. And what could be more iconic than the history that we have, the very rich history with the Stockman and the Rodeo Association. I think it's a good opportunity.
So
Thank you very much. Very creative thinking. I want to congratulate everybody that worked together to make the realization that this had been a promise that had made years ago, and that this was the time to make it right.
And the real I was talking about this with Mr. Finster. The thing that caused this to happen was in one of the meetings with them, and they mentioned, well, we want our deal done, adhered to the original one that gave us this land, and when they said, but it doesn't have to be there, it was like, oh, okay, we got something. And so it was that just coming forth and the openness and the willingness to do this is what made it happen. And I think you pointed out that in that meeting, it wasn't that you were against the affordable housing and the seniors, and you really understood that compelling need, but there was this other agreement that had been made and needed to be honored, but you were flexible. And I think that flexibility that we're seeing was essential. So thank you.
Okay. Am I done?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
And you don't have to stay.
So, on behalf of staff, I can say we want to just make sure that the points written up here are essentially what you are talking about. This doesn't address the open space configuration, which I think you'll come to next. But I think perhaps to add on the first point, a centrally located downtown park. And otherwise, I think this pretty much summarizes the points that Mr. Finster mentioned and that I saw heads nodding from all of you.
Well, but in
And a
specific,
minimum size of a half acre.
well, yeah,
It's
and
acre also.
but you can allude to the fact that one representation that works is that they've endorsed is that unified vision.
Well, I think all of us at the staff level would like you to move from here to a discussion of the open space
Right.
and give us whatever guidance
I
you
was
feel
just
is
saying
appropriate.
on the spot, and so I was going to go there. Is that this is just one main feature, but that there's this other idea that's extremely important is the connectivity that's been mentioned. And so the way I would phrase it is an appropriate amount of connecting, inviting tree-lined walkways is what we need.
Could I ask that you go ahead and get consensus on these points clearly on the record, and then we'll go on to talk about the clearly connected open space with trees.
Everybody agree on Stockman's
Yes.
proposal? Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
Win for everybody. Open space.
And just to remind you here, we do have that third diagram available. It's a little bit of toggling on the computer, but we can put it up if you'd like it.
Well, I think what we heard from the Stockman is they want, because the Blacksmith Square, which I think is really kind of cool. It started out as a blacksmith, and then it went to a service for a different kind of horsepower when it was a muffler shop. And now it's a very beloved historic feature in the downtown. But that idea of bringing people to the downtown and finding ways to energize Blacksmith Square and to energize that retail that's there, I think that's something that we've heard couple of different times, that's important to maintain that connectivity and that gathering space. So this is, I think, this and what we saw in the other Stockman design, I think shows that larger square gathering place as opposed to a series of pathways. But looking for other input from the council.
Well, I would, the pathways wasn't my idea of what I'd like for the downtown, but if you would go back to the previous slide, Mr. Early, the one thing I do like is the connectivity between L and Livermore. It doesn't have to be all grass, but I do think that with the development of whatever's going to go on the old Growth Brothers site, that to be able to walk from folks that might live there on the west side of L to get to the Bankhead, for example, or even some of the restaurants like Sauce and other words, and let them walk, give them a nice path, open space or public space, as Vice Mayor says, that connects, the west there, or the west on L and the east side on Livermore, I think would be something that I would favor. And then along the way, they reach the Stockman's Park.
And there,
So-
again, you could have pathways.
Sure, you could. I'm not. That's what I said. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be all green. But I do like the idea of somehow connecting L Street to Livermore.
So the question is, do you do that with some kind of landscape path straight down the center, or do you do that with a streetscape, a street connecting the
Well,
two
we haven't
spaces?
gotten to the street yet.
Right, but I think
Paseos.
that. Oh, don't say paseos. We were all paseoed out the last time, but
No, I'm
that's-
talking about
that's-
something. I'm
right, but
talking
that's-
about a walking path.
No, I know, but I think the street layout would affect the walking path, because I don't think
Sure.
if you do that version there.
All
you
I'm
can't-
saying is I like the.
Right.
All I want is that somehow I would favor a
of connecting the two.
connection
Okay.
that people could walk between L and Livermore.
Okay.
Yeah.
So whether it's a street connecting through or,
No, not a street. We haven't gotten to the street yet.
but a street could provide that connection if you.
No, I'm talking about a walking path,
Yeah.
a path for people to walk on, not to compete with cars.
And not a sidewalk.
Right, not a
Not
sidewalk.
a sidewalk next to a street, but
Okay.
actually a much wider more pleasant way to get
Right.
there than just next to a street.
But I think the two are interlinked with.
I'm not arguing that they're not,
Right.
but I'm just saying,
Right.
I'm just articulating that I would like to see a walking path to go from L to Livermore.
And I
Okay.
completely agree. And it could or could not be next to a street, right? It doesn't.
Right.
Right. But it has to be more than just a sidewalk.
Right.
Right.
I mean, that's
Okay.
the point. It's got to be
Yeah.
a pleasant walk from one to the other.
Because
that-
what I'm trying to avoid is a walkway or a pathway, and we do need to talk about the streets that would create that alleyway feel or some kind of pattern that would be a very narrow where vehicles are traveling. I just that's something that I don't like typically. So I don't know because this will encroach in onto the, depending on the design, it could encroach onto the road space if we do that road connection. So the two are a little intertwined. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, could
No,
I?
it doesn't, but that's
Could I
okay.
do
No, I mean,
this?
well, maybe it's the former planner in me, but Paul's grabbing the microphone, so Mr. Spence.
Well, you certainly do have room to have a roadway. You could have a First Street type roadway with angled parking and a nice wide sidewalk, and you could have a pathway next to that if you wanted to, or
Yeah, that was my thought. Yeah. Yeah.
some version of those things are not necessarily incompatible.
Yeah, this drawing, in fact, you see a white spot between the green and Uncle U's.
That would be the street.
And that width can extend all the way across.
Right.
In fact, we have a drawing that shows that.
I know you do.
I just don't think that the two ideas, the two slides, are mutually exclusive.
No,
I
that's
think
right.
Stockman's Park and a walkthrough are just, I think, phenomenally
And
excellent for this
The,
site.
and the unified vision also shows that too.
And not to get too wonky here, but if it also depends on what the materials are, because if you were looking for somebody, if you wanted,
All I'm saying is I'd like to have a connection.
right?
I-
But I'm
No,
saying,
I
but
get
whether
that, yeah.
whether
We're getting
it's
down into the weeds.
proposed granite or something people can bicycle on, if it's going to be a paved
Okay.
pathway for a bicycle. Or,
Okay.
So how about if
so-
we first agree that we like that thought,
Yeah.
the
need
connectivity?
That's what I was trying to do.
Let's do that.
No matter what it is, do a connection between the two streets,
Right.
pedestrian-friendly connection.
Right.
pedestrian cycling as well.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay,
Just-
but we got to
I-
make
you
sure,
know,
because if it's a
and-
gravel pathway, that's going to make it very
Look,
difficult for people
You've
to.
got to make
talking
it
TPG
wheelchair
ground.
accessible.
Yeah.
Right.
That'll therefore to be bicycle accessible.
Yeah, and hoverboards and stuff. I mean, let's we don't need to go that far.
So I've written these points down as 3 guiding principles that I think you all are saying.
You want to try to articulate those?
The first is that the overall shape of the main space would be squarish and or round as per either this plan or the unified plan, which we have all seen. The second is that there would be connectivity, pedestrian tree line connectivity throughout the area. And third is that with the priority on connectivity from L to Livermore, which is for pedestrians and other non-motorized vehicles, and that's perhaps parallel to but separated from any street that might go there as well.
So, could I make just a quick comment? You mentioned that we've all seen the unified plan,
Well, we just put it up on the screen a
right?
minute ago.
Well, just the
I mean just the shape of
just
the
the
open
shape of the
space.
park. Okay,
Right.
yeah, because I think if we start referring to the unified plan, I'd like to make a comment about that. Boy, I wish you would have submitted that earlier so we could have included that in the whole process. So I think without us, bringing it up on the screen, it's a little confusing for those that don't know what we're talking about. I know a lot of people mentioned it Monday night. I'm not criticizing anybody's plan. I appreciate all input in this process, and this is going just wonderfully in terms of I think okay, there we go. Now we have it up on the screen. So that's what I wanted to do, is to make sure that when people are hearing this on TV 30 or referring to the unified plan, I know the council received an email with it, but I just wanted to make sure that we get a chance to actually show that and enter it into the discussion instead of just referring to this thing that people may not have seen. So there you go. You have a slide.
And this was
And there it
submitted
is.
to the
Now we're
city
done.
and is in the packet.
That was what?
It was submitted to the city and it is in the packet.
For
It is in
tonight's
the-
meeting.
Right, for tonight's meeting. But I just wanted to make sure because people were referencing something that had never been presented.
So one other point, because and I guess we're going to get to this back to the streets or something, but that connectivity does not preclude a north-south street if it's desirable, right?
I think that's a good point to include.
And do you want to include the conversation with the park district or the possibility of who's going to be maintaining this space
And I nominate Councilmember Coomer
to make those inroads?
to pull out whatever
Firearms
dossier he has
thing,
with
let me know.
information to, yeah.
Whatever negatives you may have for sale. Anyway. All right.
All right, so I think that finishes up open space then, and you're ready. Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear you say what should be item 4 on your list of 3. You might
well,
go to streets.
I was going by what the main criteria were.
So I think you might go to streets and connectivity at this point.
And just to
Well,
concern,
hang on, let me find out where we are here. Just bear with me for a quick moment.
Honorable Mayor, and maybe just one recap of the agreed upon items that are on open
open
space
space
there,
item,
because
sure.
there was a
Okay,
slight
I'm
amendment
up
at
till-
the end and an adjustment to the amendment.
Yeah, I'm up to actually 5 numbered items. I'll just
right.
go through them quickly. Number 1 is that there should be a central squarish or space, either in a rectangular kind of shape or the half round shape shown in the unified plan. Number 2 is that there should be connectivity throughout, including pedestrian, tree-lined walkways and pathways. Number 3 is that those would include pedestrian and non-vehicular connectivity from L to Livermore, separated from any street. Number 4 is that number 3 does not preclude a north-south street that might bisect that. And number 5, that we will work with the Livermore Area Recreation and Park District to discuss maintenance of that site going forward.
All right, you there?
Consensus
Okay,
on
and
those
yes,
items?
number 4 is traffic and circulation.
Okay, we saw consensus.
I've lost my screen. The folks in the back are going to
Well,
make it come
the,
back, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, there's traffic, but we partway got through
There we
Yeah,
go.
some of the circulation.
walkways. But we haven't finished. There was the kind of, as was pointed out by Vice Mayor Spadowski, the roads and walkways are kind of a topic together. Do we want to?
Okay, so
I mean, that's kind of like traffic and circulation. I mean, it kind of
Sure.
it kind of goes.
it's sort of it's a 3A, 4A sort of thing.
Well, because I was thinking about the walkways and connectivity, and we talked about east-west, but as shown in this diagram, I think we should also address the north-south ones, and that's since those I agree with, and that as part of making those surface lots good, that they have the pleasant walkways through them as well.
Well, I think the connectivity from into First Street is very important.
Well, all right. We didn't get that enumerated yet in the principle, right? I was just trying to.
I was thinking you would move on now to this slide with the points here, which include connectivity both east-west and north-south.
Right. We just did the one. I just figured we'd get the north-south ones, and then we got walkways done.
Okay, so this is all part of roadways, walkways, traffic and circulation.
Right. And the only.
Well, circulation being the roads and the walkways.
Right. So it's just, fine.
Okay, so we're on.
We got the walkways done, I think, and then we're on to roads.
Well, because that brings up an interesting point. If we're having this connectivity that goes from one side to the other, where does that path from L Street to Livermore go? Does it go north of that central road or south to bisect those two?
No.
Which one? No, we said it.
No.
We just said it doesn't. The thing we said east-west does not preclude a north-south street if it's desirable.
Right, but would the walking path go north of the east-west street or south? Because then you'd have a
Well,
road that you have to cross.
yes, but then you still have to cross the road to get to the
I think the
blacksmith
answer
spot. You're going to have to
John's-
cross the road here, in no matter what.
I mean, I don't know the answer to John's question specifically because I think we're going to have to let staff try to help us figure this out. But I sort of assumed that the east-west street was going to be the way you got into the parking lots, and you're not going to put a walking path in the way. And so my thinking was the walking path that I was articulating earlier would be north of the east-west street.
And then
Otherwise,
cross the
you're
north-
dodging a lot more.
Yes, right.
So then you would cross the if there's a street. to
If
the
there's a
north.
street, you'd cross it to.
All right.
I mean, otherwise you've got how many entrances into those surface lots? I mean,
Right.
you're
Right.
dodging dozens of.
Yeah. Okay.
So what do you want to know?
I would love for you guys to look at these 3 points, and I think the conversation I've heard, I think essentially already confirms them all, and they're both illustrated in the picture and said in words up above. There's an east-west street running through the middle of the site. There's a north-south street running extending from K down to that new street, and then there are either pedestrian or vehicular, probably primarily pedestrian, although with a possibility maybe of one of them being vehicular, connection from the east-west street down to First Street.
I'm sorry, but I just do not like a vehicular connection down the alleyways to First Street. I would say that needs to stay pedestrian. The other question that I have with the east, west, north, south streets, could we emphasize the design to encourage shutting those streets down for any kind of festival or event? I know that we do have issues with some of our festivals, shutting down First Street, just in terms of circulation, and sometimes that's not the best for the businesses. I know we've moved it to Second Street, and there's Second Street issues, but if we could consider in the design, I don't know if that means narrowing the streets or some kind of, I hate to say it, and Sherry might not like this either, but not really doing asphalt, but some other kind of treatment to make it so it's more maybe cobblestone. I don't know, but some other kind of.
That'd be cheaper.
Yeah, some other kind of treatment to encourage the use, because you could, if the access to the parking garage on L Street is directly off of L Street, not off of this new street, you could technically close down the 3 entrances, and then the parking lot, the surface parking lot, could be used for booths and events. If you're having a car show or something, you could put more booths and events there. And this whole area could be designed with the thought of this would be the area that we could primarily shut down for the smaller events, or have First Street spill into this area in addition to the South Livermore Avenue that we close off for events. I'm talking off the cuff here, but I would like that kind of thought out and presented to us. How can we make it so because I know, I think the reaction initially to this is people, I just don't want another busy street with people speeding through going down here. But we need to make sure that it's the lane widths encourage kind of the slow driving that we get on First Street, that there's natural breaks if we do this, and that we could use it as an area for events.
And I'd say we can certainly evaluate that for you. The thing we'll have to look at is any uses within that space. Can we provide access to them from the external
So
streets?
if there is a north-south street, then it would have a traffic circle there, for instance, and other traffic calming ideas. And then the idea is that, to the extent feasible, diagonal parking along it, because we need the parking, right? So it's got to be slow, and it's got to be parkable. I like your idea of being able to shut it down for events, but since we're struggling for parking and we're just talking about wiping out a lot, so I don't know how you do that.
Well, if you keep the parking garage there, you would just be, possibly losing that center surface parking, which when we have events on First Street and Second Street, you're losing a lot of parking as well. So, that would have to be thought out. And also, if you have residential units in the area, how do you deal with the residents having streets shut down? That was just a thought. One of my initial thoughts when looking at that street configuration. You could design it so it is, even more pedestrian friendly and slower speeds than First Street. So we have the technology, we can do it.
I think, if I may, I think that's a concept that, with the council's direction, we can study. I don't hear any of you, even Councilmember Spadowski, isn't saying absolutely has to be the case, but you'd like us to look at it and see how that could work.
I think it might help calm some of the fears that people may have about putting a street running through north-south or east-west. The reason why I would like to look into this, again, I'm trying to avoid the narrower, alleyway street uses. That I think that's when you don't have the curb heights, or when you're having super narrow streets and access points. That's not really pedestrian. Bicycle friendly with certain vehicles. So,
and I agree with the Vice Mayor about the pedestrian uses of those two pathways to First Street. I think that should be just one. It should be the pedestrian use.
Yeah.
So I agree.
Yeah, I would agree with that. However, I'm not sure I'm a fan of the north-south access road. The vice mayor brought up earlier that he was worried when I brought up the path connecting y'all about taking up too much real estate. Are we losing space? And I worry about the north-south access road doing exactly that as well. And I don't, until we know specifically where the hotel's going to go, where the housing might go, I just worry that, and I would say that we heard loud and clearly about open space, and or public space, per the vice mayor's suggestion. I just think putting in the north-south road is just sort of is counter to all those things. But
Could I just?
all I want to say is I'm not a fan of it right now. I need to.
Can we just?
I think we ought to look at it.
No, I think that the proper way to phrase it is it's optional if beneficial.
Yes.
Right. I mean,
Good
it
way
has to have.
to put it.
You don't just do it because I like it, right? I mean,
Right.
you gotta have a reason.
I just wanted to say that I need to be convinced. I don't know the reasons yet.
I think we all should be.
Okay.
And it absolutely depends on what's there as to whether or not you need it.
Sure.
Right, and I didn't mean to come across as such a big fan of the north-south. I was just,
No,
referring
you
to a
didn't.
particular
No.
slide. But I agree, because we have to be careful with the space that we have.
Sure.
And my main concern is the L Street to South Livermore connection, because I think that's important. It is a huge block.
Yeah, and I think
Kind of-
the results from the outreach was pretty clear that most folks wanted the east-west street. Right.
Yeah. I think to keep it quieted a little bit, to kind of keep with the character of First Street, to actually make it better, is not to have parking on that east-west thing. Just a place where there is almost pedestrian friendly, but that people won't be zooming in and out of parking spaces, zooming out of that, and creating another traffic hazard back there. I'd just like to see it used primarily, honestly, for trash pickup and deliveries. It's deliveries are another problem I won't get into at this point, but unless we go there. But the north to south thing, hang on a sec. The north-south street, I just think, I'm with Councilmember Carling here, that I just don't see a need until we understand yet how that's going to play out. But I would put it in as an option that maybe we look at that. But I just don't see on-street parking back there at any time on any of the streets at this point. It doesn't seem like it's a real good place for that if we're going to have so much quieting back there where you can get off the street and hang out in a park, a greenway through there. Greenway, I haven't used that in a long time. And if that were the case, to put another lane of traffic going in there, coming in and out and parking is, I think, going to be extreme for that area. It should be, traffic should not be encouraged along that street, I'll put it that way.
Well, the only caution is we've put another requirement in there is we're going to have as much parking as we currently have. And that is having diagonal parking on at least one side of that street is a significant number of spaces.
And counterintuitively, diagonal parking actually slows traffic, because any of you who've tried to negotiate First Street during a busy time know that traffic goes very, very slowly because somebody's always backing out. In fact, a relatively narrow roadway with no parking at all has no friction on the side. In fact, one of the reasons that we have some areas of Railroad Avenue without parking on the side is to pump more traffic faster through that area. So if you actually want it to slow down, you'd like to have some parking along there, ideally diagonal parking if you could fit it.
I mean, my initial thought is, I'm not a big fan of diagonal parking because you have that, and I admit I do this too sometimes. You're convinced if I make one more circle, I'm going to find that spot. I didn't see it this time, but if I just go down, and that encourages more trips in the circulation. But then you do have that person where it's like, oh, somebody's standing next to their car. I'm going to sit here and wait for them to pull out. And that kind of slows everybody down. Right. So, I mean, this is something that we need to discuss in detail to make sure that people, understand what the benefits are.
But can I suggest that those guys are the professionals and let them figure it out, what makes best use there, and come back with a recommendation.
Well, we were happy with the parking when we went through the parking. I think we all agreed to where to explore parking and look at that. And I don't think this was included in that, so I don't want to bring it in put it in as a last-minute adjustment back here.
Well, and also to build on what Councilmember Coombs said about circulation and deliveries, and also, is it in this place we're going to be talking about deliveries and garbage service? Because obviously you're going to need a place for the businesses to store garbage and to have that collection made. So is that where this is going to be considered at this point?
Yes, and I think the level at which you need to consider it is to direct us to consider delivery service and garbage.
Consider yourself so directed.
Very good. Put that down as your item 7.
I've got it as 6.
And I'll put this as an issue just to explain how bad this is in the current downtown. Is at 2nd and South J, crossing 2nd Street at certain times of day, there's either UPS or FedEx truck or a produce delivery truck blocking any one of the disabled accessible ramps onto 2nd Street and across 2nd Street. And many a UPS or FedEx driver has had discussions with me about doing that and where they can go. I mean, I don't mean that way, but I mean, what's a good place to park?
Thank you for clarifying that.
Where can you park this? And the fact is, there is nowhere, and we need to make sure that we do have those.
All right, I'd be happy to summarize where I think this discussion is. The first 3 points would be quite similar to the ones that are on the screen. A new east-west access road would bisect the site with traffic calming and possibly parking, and that's one item that would need to be studied either through several concepts or just by staff. The second point and it already says here, if the development program allows, and you have said, and it provides additional benefit, there would be a north-south street extending from K to that new street. The third point is that there would be pedestrian and bicycle connections throughout. Fourth, that there would be pedestrian-only connections from the new street down to First Street and the 2 alignments shown here, which are the alignments that exist today. Fifth, that the new streets, the east-west and those 2 pedestrian streets, would be designed with possible closure in mind, or we'd at least study that to figure out what the implications there would be. And that sixth, we are going to plan for delivery, service, and garbage as well.
Okay.
And in particular, that last one, that means thinking about the impact behind the, in addition to the new buildings, we're really thinking about how you figure the problem out for the existing First Street businesses.
Right. Yeah. Okay, it's a minute to 9 o'clock. Do you want to take about 5 minutes? Is that a 5-minute break? Okay, we take a 5-minute break. Since we're rolling up, we're halfway through. Very good. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. We're back to work here. Thank you for coming back. Are we back on? We rolling? Okay, very good. Thank you. I was going to make sure. Okay, so we're on to number 5, which is the desirability of a hotel. The answer is yes. Moving on to number 6. Oh. Okay, so hotel. Obviously, the size, quality. This is not related to the location. The location was a separate item. But as far as the quality, most people agreed that we needed or that we wanted a hotel in the downtown. Boutique hotel, 125 rooms there, plus or minus. Frontage on South Livermore Avenue, either east or west. And this has come up a couple of different times, and I would just like to make sure that it is addressed and is noticed that in the RFP, in their request for proposal, because I've heard it said that the city required the siting of the hotel in the RFP. And I want to quote directly from the RFP that went out in September of 2015. Yes, we've been working on this for 2 years. The city has not identified preferred locations for these uses because there is flexibility with siting the uses in order to achieve a comprehensive and functional site plan that best meets the needs of the downtown. So that's what the RFP said. It did not specify a location. What we did specify is that we wanted a hotel. And the market looks like there's a lot of people that are a lot smarter than I am with hotels that did a market study and came up with this was probably about the size that was reasonable for our downtown and our demographic and our preferred uses. So do you have any additional insights that you wanted to launch at this point?
I would just point out that, first I would say, depending on your pleasure, Mr. Mayor, depending on your pleasure, you could certainly address the entire question of the hotel, including location now, rather than come back to it later. And I want to say that in addition to these two drawings, we actually have 3 others that Pranjali's been working on in the back that show the unified vision concept of a hotel at the corner of Livermore and Railroad and L. We do have the community group's somewhat larger footprint hotel, and we have a West Side hotel that would be about the size as the one shown there, but would be farther south so as to avoid Blacksmith Square. So we can put any of those 5 up, those 2 plus any of the other 3 at any time that you would like to look at those.
You're breaking a cardinal rule of only giving councils 2 choices. So, but I think in this case we could make an exception.
But 3 choices, but then the answer is always 2.
So could I? Could we parse this into size first? I think we're and then because we don't have to do size and location simultaneously because we'll get spun on location. So I would suggest we get to the size first.
Okay, size. All right. Now with the outreach.
You talking about the number of rooms or the footprint?
Number of rooms.
Okay.
I mean, there would be. I don't know if there's any need to make it bigger than the number of rooms, but I mean, there's number of rooms. I meant number of rooms, and then we can go from there. But let's at least. That should be the easiest thing about this. So that's why I'm suggesting going first with that one.
Okay. Well, I think that the market demand study showed somewhere between 125, 135 rooms, ballpark, give or take.
That's about right, yes.
A boutique type hotel with a variety of different amenities.
A spa.
I think I had to give on that one.
No, that was still in there.
And I think it is worth noting that to get to that 125 rooms, at least in the footprint size that we've been looking at, you do probably need 4 stories. And so I'm not saying you should decree that as part of your principles to us, but at the same time, particularly when you do get to looking at location, once you've said that size, unless you want to go to a much larger footprint, you probably are looking at 4 stories as opposed to 3, and that might suggest where you want to put it. To some of you, that might be relevant in where you would locate it.
Okay. All right.
Well, yeah, but I think let's start with size, a number of rooms, if we could do that.
Okay. Yeah, and I think generally we've seen between 125 and 135 rooms.
It's fine with me.
Yeah.
Okay, see? Easy.
Okay. That's all you need? Oh, okay. And something that's appropriate for some bottom line, something that will succeed.
Yeah.
Real abstract concept there, but that's what's important is it has to succeed.
This isn't a $6 a night place.
No. But they'll leave the light on for you. All right. So, any other questions or concerns or issues on the concept of a hotel? Did you want
in general, or are we talking location now?
I think we're talking just. Did you want to? What's the pleasure of the council?
Well, I would.
Do you want to do location?
You want to do
At
retail?
some point, yes.
Yes, some point. But I think a key factor here that is associated with size is there's been a number of discussion about the size of the meeting space associated with it.
No, okay. Yes.
Right? Because that matters in some way. And so I think we should address that next,
Okay.
Well,
rather
I kinda
than
know-
location.
You're talking about the conference center that might go with it?
Well,
Right.
I'll just say, in it's my experience, and and I've traveled a lot. Hotels generally have meeting space associated with them that's primarily for driving room rentals. right? It's another story to say a conference center. And so I would generally use the term meeting facilities, and it's a separate question as to whether we want to go beyond the size of the meeting facilities that are appropriate for a 125-room boutique hotel or not. I mean, that's a thing. And it's also possible that if we did want to have a conference center, which is basically more space than needed by the hotel, it doesn't have to be located in the hotel, in the same building as the hotel. So that's a separate kind of question. So I would suggest we discuss whether we want to supersize the meeting facilities for any reason and whether or not they need to be next to the hotel.
Well, I think it goes back to the point that I made, that it needs to be successful. And certainly the hotel operator would be the best judge of how much meeting space or conference space that they felt that they needed. One of the other discussions that's come out is the possibility of, for larger sessions, that those programs could move to the Bankhead Theater and be conducted there. But I think what we are talking about is an appropriate sized meeting facility, a quotes conference space where you could have banquet facilities. Maybe that would be a better way to describe it, would be banquet facilities sufficient for 125-room hotel, because one of the things that drives this is we have a lot of weddings here. And a constant complaint that I hear is that, well, we had a wedding here, but we couldn't, my relatives couldn't stay here. We actually had to go somewhere else because they didn't want to spend the night at some of the other hotels. They wanted something that was fancier and someplace where they could go have the dinner and then go to have a nice facility, a spa perhaps. So we need that appropriate sized dining, meeting, gathering space. And I think the hotel would be the best judge of that.
Yeah, I kind of like the way you have on the next slide, actually, the way you worded it. At a scale which is economically viable.
Yeah.
But then it also dictates then, or economically viable, who pays. You know, I mean, that might
hotel.
be right.
Hotel.
The hotel.
Hotel pays. They have to be successful.
But if we decide that we want a larger space, then we pay.
Right.
Or if somebody else comes up along, whoever, and says we want a bigger, then they pay. So I just don't know. I see the need, or there could be a use for more meeting space. Now, meeting space versus conference center, I don't know. You know, when you draw the square footage and the use. One of the things that I do know with hotels in the Tri-Valley, even those with larger conference spaces, they prefer to have weddings over conferences because they make more money off of weddings in that same space than a conference. I don't know why.
You sell wine during weddings.
Yeah, you sell wine during weddings. Maybe it's more the catering. But the wedding industry is, from what I've been able to tell, is the number one attractor. Even for the hotels with the larger conference spaces, they are having, believe it or not, I mean, I had 70 people at my wedding, but there's weddings out there where there's 400 people, you know, or 500 people, and they're, you know, cramming them into these conference centers. So, you know, I need more input about this, but I think that statement, I can tell you right now that I'm not in favor of any subsidy from the city to increase size, and definitely not in favor of us getting into the operations of a conference center.
Heavens no.
So yeah, I don't think.
So
I don't think anybody here is.
You're okay with that
I'm
language?
okay
then?
with that statement.
Oh, okay.
Hayward did that, and it was ugly.
Well, then I think the way to phrase it, as deemed appropriate by the hotel builder.
And
That'd be fine.
Leave that to the
Sure.
hotel builder. That they're the best judge of what's going to be economically viable.
Right.
That doesn't require a subsidy from the city, and something that they believe will allow them to make money on weddings and conferences or whatever they choose to hold there.
But they will be experts on what's viable for them.
Right.
They do this all the
And-
time.
and-
It's a business.
And I will say, Mr. Patel is here, and we can ask him, but what I've heard plainly stated is that means 1,500 to 2,000 square feet.
Right.
And so
I know that.
that if Mr. Patel wants to come up and answer a few questions or not, what does that mean in terms of seating for, let's say the lab wants to hold a meeting or some kind of conference in town? If you have a 2,000 square foot meeting space, how many people would that accommodate for that type of
Well, it
activity?
really depends on the configuration of the tables. But if it's a meeting where someone's giving a lecture, for example, you could fit a lot more people than you can fit if there was a wedding. So for 1,500 square feet, you can fit anywhere up to 200 people in there, seating next to each other, watching a screen, for example. There's various other ways to make breakout spaces that are not necessarily connected or built with the conference facility, but in other areas of the hotel where you could accommodate overflow patronage.
And then the 1,500 or so square feet, that could be, you're envisioning maybe something that's broken up that you can break out
Yeah.
into separate smaller rooms?
Right, yeah.
Right.
For example, if you had a 2,000 square foot, or we don't anticipate building a 2,500 square foot, 2,000 square foot not conference room, but meeting facility. You can break that up into two spaces, 1,000 square feet each, with a divider in between, for example, which is what we've done before.
And you just mentioned other meeting spaces or overflow in the hotel.
Yeah,
so
right.
You're talking a 1,500 kind of common area, but you may have other breakout rooms. I'm trying to envision the need, because people keep talking about, okay, you might have a conference or a meeting here and then have a large session at the bankhead.
Right.
But I don't know if you can accommodate 500 people in that meeting space that would necessitate then going over to the bankhead for a closing or opening, lecture.
Well, it depends. If there's 500 people, for example, we wouldn't be able to accommodate that in a 1,500 or 2,000 square foot standalone meeting space within the hotel.
Right.
But if there were more folks, for example, one of the benefits of placing the hotel in an area where there's open space, you can use some of the open space for tents and have seating out in the open space. What I was referring to more specifically was a situation where you had perhaps a full-day meeting, corporate meeting, where there were breakout spaces that were within the common areas of the hotel.
Gotcha.
Maybe the lounge, for example,
Right.
or areas of the restaurant could be used and set up for specific smaller events.
And I've been in, hotel conference areas, meeting spaces where there is that large gathering, and then there's separate, smaller meeting rooms off
Right.
to the side. I didn't know
Right.
if that's what you were
Well,
talking about.
they have those in places. Those would be more full-service conference facilities where the entire facility or the area is
Could be rented
considered a
out.
meeting space.
I mean, let's keep this in perspective. We're talking how many rooms? 125?
125, right.
And is how many, so that's maybe, I don't know what occupancy. So 200 people staying in the hotel, you don't need much more space. If you do put in more space and for conferences, then you're not driving business to the hotel. And in fact, you could be depressing it. So you got to watch out.
Is that it?
Any other questions? Great.
So far.
Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Well, he's likely to be coming back.
Yeah, I was going to say that's what I said.
Okay.
So in summary, so far I have two items. One is consensus for the 125 to 135 room boutique hotel, and second, meeting facilities to be sized to be economically viable without city subsidy, sized as deemed necessary by the developer, with the understanding that that's probably in the range of 1,500 to 2,000 square feet.
Good.
Perfect.
Everybody? Okay. So there's consensus of all 5 council members. Okay. Unanimous consensus. Great. Thank you.
Again.
Moving on to retail, number 6. So between 10 and 20,000 square feet. There's the ballpark number.
So I'm sorry, just one quick question. We mentioned the hotel size and the conference center. We didn't talk about location? Or
That comes after retail.
after retail?
We're putting it off as long as possible.
I was about to say, hey, we're talking hotel.
We're
let's
taking them in order. No, we're taking them all in order here. We're not being prejudicial. It's all what we heard from the outreach. So we're handling it in order.
Okay.
Okay, so obviously encouraging retail uses, restaurants, specialty shops, artisan markets, all those things that drive people into the downtown. Although I've heard from a number of people they don't want youth or teens in the downtown. They make too much noise and move too fast. Oh, we lost the city manager on that one. Okay, so this is obviously something we're looking to, in addition to drive more business into the downtown, and the reason to do so is to drive more people into the downtown. So one sort of builds upon the other. The more people, the more retail and businesses that they can support.
Well, I also think that if there's housing downtown, we need the
That's
retail.
number 10.
Hang on, we need the retail for the people that might live downtown.
Right, exactly. So one supports
Even
the other.
if-
The people in the downtown will support the retail and
Right,
vice versa.
right.
Great point.
Yeah, I think where I'm on this one is like it's almost whatever makes sense once we get through all the rest of this. And I think everything we heard in the during the steering committee process and everything is that this is the right range, and what we don't want to do is create vacant stores, and we don't want to somehow destroy what we already have, right? And so that's the principle, and I don't think any of us are knowledgeable enough about it to say what the precise number is, but the principle is do what makes sense and make sure we are cognizant of what we already have.
Yeah, I think building on that, unique uses that don't really fit in other areas of downtown, like the artisan market, you would have that in a more high traffic area like we're trying to create here rather than on 2nd Street. And speaking of 2nd Street, making sure, because we have vacancies on 2nd Street now, and we have businesses that are struggling to get the foot traffic on 2nd Street. So, nothing that can really go in on 2nd Street, we should be encouraging in this area, trying to find that unique, again, like an artisan's market, something that we can place there where it would make sense, kind of only there.
Yeah, I think, again, I don't know that much about it, but I've heard that it's not wise to have retail islands that are hard to get to. So I would add that to the principle of just follow good, best practices with respect to location of.
And that's
retail.
really what that third bullet on the slide is, good visibility from the street. We maybe could have said that in slightly different words, but it's that principle that we're trying to cover.
You could have it down but I guess what I'm saying is you could put a retail along a street, but there's nothing else around it.
Yeah, so I think we need to add one more concept, which is good visibility from the street, ground floor use, and connected to other retail uses.
Connectivity.
Yeah, appropriately connected, right?
Anything else? Okay.
So these three principles, with the addition, as the city manager just said, that it would have good visibility from the street, be connected to other retail,
Good connectivity.
and at ground floor.
Yes, and good connectivity is brought up by city manager and Councilmember Warner.
And then finally, the overall arching item to not undermine or destroy the existing retail in downtown is sort of the goal behind these
So
guys.
encouraging
Try as much to complement and
Enhance.
leverage, enhance.
encouraging unique specialty retail.
We do have one other slide on this with just I guess it would be at this point a fifth point, since we have number 4 is not to undermine or compete with existing, and that's to provide these flexible use areas at the backs of the businesses along First Street to make those available for loading, perhaps for seating in some cases, for deliveries, and for service and garbage.
Right. That was more along the parking and community character, but it was to make sure it's cleaned up and useful, and it was expressed that that these kind of businesses should have 2 front doors, or whatever they said.
So I think there's
And-
Councilman Warner saying you actually already got consensus on this one.
Yeah.
So I think you probably still have it then.
Yeah. And there one other point on the retail. We said it should be on the first floor. I think that implies that something else would be on the second floor, or could be.
Well, the slide says the ground level.
Right. But what I'm saying is they're not just one-story buildings.
They're not necessarily one story, but the slide is not intended to say that they must be in buildings that have multiple stories.
No, I know. But that they must be in buildings that have only
'Cause
one
everyone's
story.
got a ground floor.
Right.
Unless they're levitating, right?
Okay, so do we have general consensus on
I'm good.
everybody?
Yeah, I just want to make sure about adding to the. You're talking about adding, selling city assets to businesses on First Streets. That's not what we're talking about, right?
And I think we want to be much more flexible in that concept. Your staff would probably recommend a variety of other tools to allow folks to have access to or use space short of actually selling fee title.
Okay, yeah.
Licenses, because essentially for a particular use, the city might find a tremendous value in allowing outdoor seating. But if that use went away, the city might want that property back. So
Okay.
we would sort
And
of.
I'd also like to think about how much that might detract from what else we're trying to do down there. That are the bigger elements, according to the outreach.
So I think that we take your direction to basically say that we should be considering those things. We should use a variety of instruments to consider, and then bring that back for your
Gotcha.
final approval.
Thank you.
And if I could say, I mean, I proposed doing that because I was concerned that we, help those businesses can survive during this process. And what I didn't consider was some unintended consequences. And I think that's another need. I just want to make it clear to be flexible here, because I was thinking, well, the easiest way to give these businesses control and, ensure that they did things nicely was to sell it. And then it was like, oh, well, does that mean that their tenants are going to have to pay more rent? So that's like an unintended consequence. So right now, that's not. So I was coached by the city manager and others. Flexibility is really important here, but that do what makes sense and allow that different tools in the situation. But ultimately, never do anything that would end up being detrimental to the city.
Well, for example, you've got the back of the ale house and the what was the double barrel, because it allows that having dining spaces front and back, and so it allows a better experience and more flexibility.
Oh, it's if done well, it's much better experience rather than looking at the garbage. I mean,
But then you got to figure out where to put that. So
yeah. So well, yeah.
okay.
And we have over on the east side of Livermore Avenue, we got a really bad situation where if you want to sit on the patio out there, you're next to the dumpster, and it's not pleasant, right? So that kind of stuff we got to clean up.
Right. Okay. Is there everybody in agreement on this? Everybody? Okay. Sufficient direction?
We've got it.
Okay, so we got a 5-0 consensus on the retail components, 10 to 20,000.
Are we batting 1,000 on the 5-0s? I think, aren't we?
Pardon me?
So far, we're batting 1,000 on the 5-0s.
Yeah,
aren't we?
5-0s. Yeah, consensus 5-0s. Okay, next, cultural facilities. Oh, just kidding. It's actually hotel location. Seems you guys are paying attention. Okay, so hotel location, number 7. There's just not too much controversy on this, as obviously this was something that's concerned a lot of folks. We've been talking about this, and a lot of people have expressed a desire one way or another. There's been a number of different justifications on this. And ultimately, I think it goes back to the point that was made in the RFP, is that it comes down to what's going to achieve the best use in order to have a comprehensive and functional site plan that best meets the needs of the downtown. And I think that there's a lot of emotion behind this, but I just have faith that somewhere there's actually a technical answer that when you take all of the different pieces of data, that somewhere there's going to be a technical answer when you put all this information together, that where it's going to work best as far as circulation, as far as visibility, viability, and that's something that I'm looking to the staff as we start going through all this information. What is going to make the most sense? Obviously, we want it to succeed. So teeing off with that, do you going to add anything else at this point?
Well, I think at the very least we would want to hear from you all about one or two or at most three possible sites that you would like us to study.
Either the west or the east. One of those. One of each.
And where and in what configuration on either side, particularly on the west side. On the east side, obviously, the choices are more limited. I would also caution, we've tried already to present very large amounts of technical data about this. And I think, we have already said multiple times into the record that a hotel can work on either side of the street, and we've heard from Mr. Patel that it can even work at the corner of Livermore and Railroad and L, which we had not necessarily heard from some of our other experts, but he's the person who right now, at least under an ENWay, would be constructing this hotel, and if he says it can work there, I don't think we're in a position to second guess that either. So I don't think that there is really a single technical answer. I do think in the end it might be to some degree a policy decision. If you would like to, and I think I've been sort of assuming this, if you direct us to study one or two or three sites, we will study those and try and show you the advantages and disadvantages of each. I doubt very much that we'll be able to come to a single definitive conclusion that says this is definitely the one you should take. We can do that evaluation, give you that information, and I think in the end it will be a policy decision that you all probably have to make once you've seen those options evaluated once again.
Okay.
Can I ask Mr. Patel a question?
You knew you were going to be coming back.
So the first time I heard about Ellen Railroad was from you the other night. Can you
Sure.
enlighten us?
Yeah,
please?
absolutely. Part of the process of selecting location, it's an organic process at the end of the day. I think I've mentioned a number of times that I think Mr. Early just mentioned that a hotel would work really anywhere on the 8 acres. It really depends on all the other factors. It depends on really every other priority at the end of the day. So when I heard the public comments and I heard some of the concerns and some of the issues on Monday, and in fact we've been thinking about this before, given all the considerations, given the consideration of preserving Blacksmith Square and its integrity, considering Stockman's Park, the fact that it should have a centralized location, and now today, considering the height issues, a three-story hotel certainly would not work, considering the massing that would be required to get 125 rooms. Considering the concerns of the First Street businesses and not having anything overshadow them or right behind them. And also from the hotel perspective, I did mention that a hotel would very likely need to be on South Livermore Avenue. And I did receive a question about that after I spoke on Monday as well. In a vacuum, that is true. If there were no other considerations and no other issues and no other community concerns, that would still be true. But given all the other considerations, given the fact that the hotel needs a gateway presence, given now new information that the growth of other site is going to be developed and it's going to have a lot of activity in that corner, the corner of Ellen Railroad could in fact be a new gateway location of downtown in the next 15 to 20 years. And in fact, the connectivity between L Street and First Street, I think has a significant lack of activity compared to South Livermore and First Street. And so putting the hotel on the corner of Ellen Railroad really kind of is an elegant solution to all the other issues being presented. Again, if there's nothing else going on the site, I think we would probably prefer the South Livermore location next to the banquet. With the three-story issue, of course, that's a significant concern for us. But all in all, given everything that's happened to date over the last really 2 years, and now in the culmination of today, we really feel Ellen Railroad is the best location on the west side.
I wanted to also, that was, I mentioned earlier that was kind of a shock for me watching when you said L and Railroad. With that possibility, let me back up a little bit here. Initially, I was leaning heavily towards an East Side hotel, and the reason for that is the keeping the massing, as I mentioned before, and the building heights on the East Side and minimizing it on the West Side, and then the Stockman's deal proposal is opening up more space on the West Side. So that's what began to change my thinking, East Side versus West Side. I am very intrigued by a a L Street Railroad corner hotel. Not only, now we can deal with some of the issues that may have occurred on the east side with the circulation and the hotel and the parking, but also I want a reason to walk this L and Livermore. I want to be able to be over at Blacksmith Square and say, you know what, I want to go to the Bob Warner Spa, and I'm going to walk all the way across in this beautifully landscaped area and go get my pedicure, or have the fish nibble my feet or whatever they do now.
Too much information.
Yeah, TMI. Well, I've never done that. But anyway, I hadn't seen a reason other than if you had residential on that corner, residents would walk there, which is fine. But I'm thinking of the existing, residents in town. Give me a reason. I mean, one of the things that I love Sunday morning, and I go to Donut Wheel, get the donut, and then I walk down with my daughter and go to the comic store, and we go there and browse. That's a nice walk. It gives me a reason to go, east west on the streets there, and I'm looking for that here, and I'm intrigued by that railroad and L Street configuration. What you mentioned about the meeting space, you mentioned that there might be spillover into some open space. If we do look into that L Street configuration, do we then consider? I don't know if it's a requirement, and they've left, but the representative from the Stockmans, I don't know if it's a requirement to have the park fronting Livermore Avenue, or if the hotel's over there on L, do we have the park located closer to the hotel so you do have that open space connectivity with the hotel? I don't know if that was something that the Stockman were asking for, is to be next to Blacksmith Square, or
they specifically
next to Blacksmith Square. So I don't know if that's negotiable or not, but depending on how the street layout, if we don't do that north-south street, if it could be centralized along the street closer to the hotel, so it's more of a central location and you have two nice walkways leading to the open space area, that's something that I would like to have discussed and see if that's a possibility. But needless to say, I'm encouraged by that L Street location, and it could possibly drive more improvements and development on Railroad Avenue, right across on that corner. If you have your hotel there and you're not dealing with a grade going underneath the railroad tracks, you're going to have more visibility coming off of L Street, because now it's at grade going over the railroad tracks. People are going to be able to see it sooner. So that was a great comment Monday night. That was certainly one where I perked up and said, wow, I never thought of that. It was always, we must be fronting on South Livermore Avenue, and now this possibility is something I think we need to explore. I mean, I would be more in favor of that alignment and be open to not exploring the hotel right next to Blacksmith Square. If we had to narrow it down to two, I would say let's just, for due diligence, look at the east side location and what are the benefits there. But any west side location, we would just do the corner of Railroad and L.
Would you imagine the hotel at L and Railroad to be similar to the design that you're thinking about for the east side?
In fact, no. I think the east side parcel kind of lends itself to its own unique
shape. Okay.
There's really not much you can do.
You have more freedom at L.
Right.
Okay.
I think on the east, on the west side, there's a lot more to play with.
Yeah.
And I think speaking of feasibility, I think it's important to mention this. The size of the hotel is the number one factor in the feasibility, believe it or not. The size and the number of rooms of the hotel. When I say size, I mean the gross square footage of the hotel. And when you have a very large footprint for a hotel and a lot of the spaces on the ground floor, you lose ability to put rooms there. And so what you end up having is a large hotel with a large gross square footage, but a small number of rooms, which is why 4 stories is really the minimum on a hotel development for it to work in a location like this. And so I think the corner there, and believe it or not, I really had no idea that you were going to have the discussion about height today. I'm glad you didn't say that for the west side, but the corner there, we could go 4 stories and really wrap it around that corner. in a very efficient footprint, keep the size of the building to where it needs to be, and really get the 125 to 135 rooms stacked in there. In a way, I think that the views looking into the Village Square, the Stockman's Park, would be excellent. I think along Railroad, the portion along Railroad looking south, those views would be excellent. And I think along L Street looking east, those views would be excellent. That's kind of really the only corner where you have those sort of triple views, and you can really market the rooms to really match those views.
And I also think that putting 4 stories on that corner would be more palatable than anywhere else on either site. I mean, you're putting 4 stories next to the bankhead. That was my initial preference, because you already have the bankhead there, you already have the massing, and then but 4 stories, kind of central to the the below diagram. You're too close to Blacksmith Square for my comfort, and I think if you were to step that back so the stories are more towards the center, you'd either have to increase that footprint, or now you're driving the heights closer to whatever goes in the center for the pedestrian. And so it's a concern having that centralized. Also in that corner, it's further away from everything, all the lower stories on First Street. So it's starting to, that was one of those aha moments where it was like, oh, this may work out.
Yeah, I don't know if I can agree more with the Ellen. I've seen some of the drawings, sketches, I'll call them, because they're hardly formal, of what it could be like. It won't overwhelm First Street. That's the most important thing to me, is that anything with more mass be back towards the railroad side and away from looming, or it's a good word, looming over First Street like that. So, you could, I don't think anybody wants to see that. But it's intriguing that this came up so quickly. I don't like the looks of either what's on this scheme right there. I think the West Side Hotel in these 2 drawings is right where I thought the Stockman's Park was going to be, and I just see we might have a conflict there. And it just makes more sense when we have an open corner. If it were, somebody mentioned about if we could move the Stockman's Park closer to that Ellen Railroad side, put it where the old depot used to be if we have room, or something like that.
So I would, if I could say on that, is that the other element we haven't gotten to is, and that's on the list, is the cultural core. And, there's some concepts there that you have to think about. I would imagine that they could be rethought. I mean, I would think that that's part of what staff would do, is go back to people and say, hey, if we really put the hotel over there, they could noodle on kind of optimizing it, possibly. So, and I have, talked with the Stockman. I can't speak for them. Yeah, I think putting the question that we have now is, how many hotel locations do we want to do? And so I think we've agreed we'll look at 1 on the east side, and what I'm hearing is that we really only need to look at 1 on the west side, and that's that corner. And that we decide that we've already got these other principles, and then what staff has to do is take this direction and kind of synthesize it. And that means possibly going back and talking to the other people that are, the stakeholders in this. But I think the question for us now is, how many hotel locations do we want to consider putting plans together for? I feel for staff and the time limits, I would suggest we only have 2. And I'm perfectly fine with the east side and the northwest corner.
Well, I agree with Councilmember Coomber with the idea that the hotel next to Blacksmith Square is just a little bit too tight. And from what Mr. Patel was saying, that the flexibility of that northwest corner. But he, we'll finish the conversation first. But I agree with Councilmember Coomber that those 2 sites, the northwest corner of both sites.
Then
Well, the flip
the
side,
northwest corner of the
Ellen Railroad.
of the
East
okay,
right.
northwest corner,
Right, right.
west side.
Okay, it's easy. Northwest.
The northwest corner of both
North
sites.
Yeah, right.
West.
I know it's kind of a leap on that one. Sorry.
We're going to try and get the drawing up for you, just so we're all clear what we're talking about.
We could just say
No,
we
no.
want the hotel on the northwest corner,
that
and
was
not say
quick.
east. or
No,
west.
no, we have no drawing up for the northwest corner.
Oh, we just got that.
Well,
Well,
it's-
but that's not what he said, right?
Well, we
That
have a
drawing-
blob to say these are the two locations we would study. The one on the right is obviously much more thought out. That footprint mimics what Mr. Patel has previously shown. The one on the left is just a blob.
it's just
Yeah,
a blob.
but-
And
It,
we
it
would-
could wrap
It
around
could
the
wrap
corner,
around the
or
road.
it could
I'm
have
fine.
the
I'm
frontage
fine
of
with
railroad.
both two locations.
yeah, me too.
If I could, okay, let's get that to it first. So, yeah, I agree. Looking at those two,
I agree.
okay,
Yeah.
Councilmember Coomber.
I like the northwest corner of both sites. Yeah, that's good.
That's what I said.
Well, I'll go back to our first topic of discussion tonight. If that Ellen Railroad looks like a good idea to some, that place where the East Side Hotel is shown right now could become parking in its entirety, and more disabled spaces closer to
cultural
downtown,
centers.
Right,
or any number of things.
You know,
Right,
it could
right.
be the science center could be located next to the bankhead.
Absolutely.
There's a number of thoughts, but I don't think it necessarily goes to any particular one at this point, unless
To
we're
finish with this.
right. Can somebody control the thermostat at 68?
Yeah, no kidding. And it's broiling up. No, it's broiling up hot.
Twin high. Yeah, all of a sudden it's twin high.
Just
Well,
What's
that's
it like out there? It is hotter. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Why don't we look into that? So we decided on two.
I think you all are directing us to do two. I did want to ask one question about each of the two before we move on to make sure we're setting the table correctly here. Certainly, Mr. Patel in the past has suggested that his hotel on the east side would need to be 4 stories. I have assumed that also, that if we study that, it would be 4 stories. Your previous direction at my behest.
I was coming back to
Right.
that.
So I wanted to raise that, and I'll just raise the second question also, is that on that new west side location, I have heard that there may be issues for some about a hotel located in very close proximity to a parking garage. And I wanted to find out, I don't know if you want to ask Mr. Patel or if you wanted to give guidance, but one of your directions thus was that southwest corner in all schemes should have a parking garage, and I want to make sure that will work from all perspectives before we go in that direction.
right, and that's why he didn't draw it like the blob you have there. He put it up in the corner, and he wrapped it onto railroad, and exactly that. And the other, so that's why that. And then the other thing was that if necessary, you could put a screen on the parking garage so that you weren't actually looking at cars. Okay.
So Pranjali, I think, is going to rotate it. So the
yeah.
scheme you'd like to see is more with the hotel in the opposite rotation, turn 90 degrees, and sort of an L. Don't freak out. It's getting bigger, but it'll get smaller again.
Right. You would not have it fronting the new road. That's you need that space. Right. You need something.
So something more like that, and perhaps more L-shaped going around the corner.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Need more of a polygon.
So I maybe I misunderstood. I don't think I agreed to limiting the height next to the bankhead to 3 stories.
Okay, so the conversation on that went to 4 stories and then moving to 3 stories closer to Livermore Avenue.
Yeah, but I thought we were talking about the west.
Yeah, well, but we kind of went both ways on that, and I was going to come back and revisit that because it was my understanding that the original concept for the hotel on the east side was going to be 4 stories, and then you added that 4 stories on Livermore, and then 3 stories as it got closer to Livermore, and then 3 stories on Livermore, and then back up. So you're stepping down this way. Mm-hmm. But I think the original concept was the hotel was going to be 4 stories, and then it was going to be stepping up from Livermore going east. But the original concept was always that the hotel was going to be 4 stories on the west, and the bankhead being
On the
5
east.
stories.
On the east.
On the
On the
west,
east.
yeah, the east side. So the bankhead being 5.5 or 6 stories, and it would be 4 stories, so slightly below that. So that was my general understanding. So if we could go back and revisit the cultural character, that it would be on the west side, it would be east side, it would be 4 stories. And then on the west side, 3 stories at Livermore, and then going up away from Blacksmith Square. So is that
Right. Because you can't have a 3-story hotel on the east side.
Right. So I think
then the decision is over. So
yeah, that got injected at the last.
It has to be 4 stories next to the bank.
Okay, so are we agreed that we stay at 4 stories on the eastern building, and then we step it on the west side? We agreed on that?
No.
I'm not sure I understand why we have to step it. I'm not sure why we have to step it on the west side. I mean, it's not that close to Blacksmith
No,
Square.
the idea was that nothing higher than 3 stories
Next to
South Livermore Avenue.
No,
It's not on South Livermore.
Look, the whole thing about stepping down on Livermore Avenue and 3 stories, et cetera, was about Blacksmith Square.
Right.
Now that we're not near it,
Right.
it's not relevant.
Okay.
Right. Right.
Okay. Well, good. So
think we're good. I
We're
think
back
we-
to
I think
4.
we're
We're
good.
back to 4 stories on the eastern hotel site, and we don't have to worry about stepping anymore because we're moving away from Blacksmith Square. Okay.
So we got a 4-story hotel.
Yeah. Okay. So we're all agreed on that. Okay. So we refined that, because that kind of got added in there at the last minute, and I thought that was going to address that. Okay. So 4 stories up for the hotel on the east side, and probably it looks like 4 stories on the west side as well. And
I think whatever works and looks the best, I guess.
there we go.
Right.
But it
Not that complicated.
cannot be less than 4 stories.
right,
It doesn't work.
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So
Right.
the hotel will be 4 stories, 125 rooms plus or minus, 4 stories with appropriately sized meeting facilities, meeting space, and banquet space.
So you don't want to make the 4 stories plus or minus?
And a spa where fish nibble your feet. I think.
Yeah, the Bob Warner specific spa.
So we're going to need it after
You
this.
could call it a SPOB. Combine the two.
Wow. He went there. Okay.
Yeah, I better have one after all this.
Yeah.
All right, I think we can go back to the other slide, and we're probably ready for cultural facilities.
There we are. So the hotel is 4 stories, and it's the northwest corner of both sites. All right. Wow.
Wunderbar.
That was not as hard as I thought. Okay.
You make it hard.
Cultural facilities. I had an organic chemistry teacher that said that organic chemistry doesn't have to be difficult, but I'll do everything I can to make sure that it is.
So
So if I could, I might point out on this one that we came up before Monday's meeting with one pretty simple principle, that they may be included, and if they have private backers and don't require private subsidy. On Monday night, we heard of at least 2 schemes or 2 facilities that it sounded like there possibly was such support for, and there were some locations proposed by some of your speakers. So we are prepared to try and draw those on the map or talk with you about them if you'd like, or you could just direct us, if you want to specify them, to find a location at ours, but with our work. But they were the Science Center or Center for Science and Society was one of them, and the other was the so-called Black Box Theater with about 150 seats.
So I think I would like to suggest, since we've got the backers of those, and it's, what's it say there? If they have private backers, so I would I'd like to suggest that we do allow space for it, and I would also point out that this thing's going to get built in stages, and not all of the money is currently available, but substantial sums have already been talked about being available from private backers. So the other principle that has to happen here is that we allow the building of this project to give time for the appropriate amount of funds to be raised. It's a very important principle.
Phasing.
That these facilities should be allocated space and given time to come to fruition, and that we then have alternatives if that doesn't happen. But that we cannot expect in any reasonable way for all of the money to be available on day one and be assured. So this is a case where the plan has to have flexibility. It has to have a vision, and then allow it to happen. So that's a principle that I would like to add, because otherwise it cannot happen. And then I think it would be beneficial for us to hear from a couple of the people about what is a black box theater, what is the vision, how is it integrated with the Science Center, because the other concept here is that the ones that are being proposed also need the right proximity. So I'd like to suggest we hear a little bit about the details, but because it's kind of hard to visualize from what we heard so far. So I think I would ask Lisa Tromovich to come up and kind of explain what a little more what we're talking about.
She's also short.
And what is a black box theater? Because there might have been some confusion on Monday night as to what one really was.
It's not painted black like a green room. It's not painted green, right?
Well,
It's all black on the inside with no windows, right?
yeah, exactly. But there is confusion, and part of it's because people don't know what a black box is, what you do with it, what the difference between a black box is and any kind of a meeting room. And also, I think because many people, when you're an audience member, you just experience the finished product, right? So you don't really know the difference between a presenting organization like LVPAC and a producing organization like Livermore Shakespeare Festival, and how our needs in our buildings are very, very different, because you usually just experience the chairs and you're looking at the stage, and it's basically someone has baked the cake and they've put it on the serving tray, and they show up at your house with just the cake on the serving tray. It doesn't look like you needed that whole kitchen and the 12 pots and the 3 dishwashers and to create it. So there are those two differences. And then I also would like to just start with the fact that while we're talking about these things, finding a term is very difficult, but we're not actually talking about a building that is solely a black box theater. So we need to make sure we open up our thinking about that. What we're envisioning is actually a wonderful, innovative design challenge, which is to create a building that is both inward-looking, creates a black box theater experience for theater, dance, speakers, a flexible space where these kinds of things can happen, and is also outward-looking and equally supports the outdoor concerts, wine events, has whatever is needed to maintain concessions, pop-up concessions for events. So, and Bob, you mentioned, Councilman Warner, you mentioned the proximity, that this whole idea came up out of the coalition of the unified vision taking form during the public process. And I know we just got it in on the last day, but it was a project that was forming. So the concept for the building is that it would support both the outdoor and the indoor, and that it be a home, think of it more like iGate. It's more of a maker's space and a space where the community comes to create things than it is about the final presentation space. So when you think about, and the other issue is some people have been speaking for Livermore Shakespeare Festival that aren't on the board of the staff. So I need to clarify what we really can do and can't do. So in a black box theater, you do indeed paint the walls usually black, or at least dark blue or maroon, because we're trying to control the light. And in, say, a conference type of room, you paint them white, usually a pink white, so it feels warm, but it's open, lots of windows. We hate windows in the theater because we can't control light or sound for matinees. You usually have chandeliers and beautiful sconces. If you're talking about a room for a hotel that's going to have brides in it, you know they're going to want a pretty chandelier. And in a theater, you want these ugly black lights that can point in any direction. We need a grid system. And while we have nothing against chandeliers, normally when the light is passing through the chandelier, you have little chandelier shadows all over the faces of the actors or the speakers. There are different kind of sound systems in the rooms. And while there might be a dressing room for a bride or for speakers to prepare, it's usually a single little space. And a theater, if you're supporting theater or dance, you need at least 10 or 12 for even small productions, spaces for 10 or 12 people, 10 or 12 mirrors. And you also get into, we're a professional company, so you start to get into union rules. And there are just certain things you can't do and maintain your union status. So we do have to have a certain size mirrors and things like that. So the spacing is important. And I think that first of all, we can't, what Livermore Shakespeare Festival is looking for is a permanent home to do year-round activities. And while the outdoor festival, as I said on Monday, we still want to keep it associated with the wineries. That's how we've branded it, and it's wonderful. And we want to do this as long as we can. But the board has been wanting us to do year-round programming for a long time, and there is no adequate space in Livermore. There just isn't one. And there isn't actually a producing theater space anywhere in Livermore because the Bankhead is a presenting space. It doesn't have what we need. And we can't go to 500 seats without messing up our union contracts. And the Bothwell is a white room with a unistrut and 12 lights pointed in one direction. It's also not a theater. It doesn't have dressing rooms. It doesn't have the things that we require. So in a white conference room with chandeliers is just 100% inadequate to produce theater or dance. And I know one of the speakers on Monday said that they're not going to be able to be at the Bankhead much longer, and they'll be looking for a space. But their kind of uses would be compatible with theater creation spaces. So does that help clarify?
Yeah, one example that I might have that at least I'm familiar with is the Chabot Theater situation. If you're familiar with Chabot and Hayward, they have a small black box theater right next to I think it's like 1,000-seat performing arts center. So would there be similar uses? I know at Chabot there would be practices. You would rehearse in the black box, and then you can move the main performance. So you're not taking the main performance stage. The time to do the rehearsals on the main performance stage, you do it in the black box, and move
exactly,
it over. Would that be, one of the uses? Or if the performance is small enough, you just stay in the black box.
Exactly. Now, there are a lot of contemporary writers that write for black boxes, and this has been going on for decades.
Yeah.
When theater got, expensive, when it was no longer being subsidized in a big way, we went cheap. So the black box also means you could be in the round, you're flexible, or you could maybe do tennis team, you could do it in 3/4. So it remains flexible, and it usually requires a much smaller set, so you don't need as much money for scenic elements. It is, yes, a worker maker's creation space where you come in, you could rehearse, and then move the show to another place. But one of the hallmarks of it is, the Bankhead is beautiful, but it's not a space where you're going to go and start painting a set inside, against those beautiful walls, right? A black box, you keep it less expensive and comfortable, but it's still in great enough shape that you can have a performance, but it's also something that's less expensive so you can afford to rehearse or practice or have the kids programs, have a speaker, have a workshop in it at a very low cost.
Another good example is the Murtis Theater at Las Positas College. There's a small flexible black box to the left of the main stage, and there's a 500-seat theater there as well. But it's a flexible black box.
I went to Chabot. I didn't go to Las Positas.
Well, no, but I've seen a number of black box productions.
Yeah, I think they copied the.
Yeah, they got it. Well, it's the same.
Right.
Outfit, yeah, but I've been to a number of small black box productions at Las Positas. It's another good
I think you explained what this is. Could you say something about your feasibility study, finances, and that kind of stuff? Because one of the questions here is, this is presuming that this could actually be financed.
So yes, we already have people. Obviously, we can't fundraise without permission from the city to, even be somewhere. But just within our circle of people that are so excited about it, we already have $1 million pledged to the Science Center and this Black Box Plus building. And as Alan and I have been discussing, they would work together. That usually with the Science Center, you also do presentations, you have speakers, but the Black Box space would also be the science speakers space as well. And the idea would be that these concerts and all of these activities are working together. So we might even choose a theme and have 4 years of themes planned and have activities where we're working together. So that brings a coalition, a much broader coalition of people together for the fundraising. We've got about $20,000 of feasibility study business plan, which is underway right now. It's Hewlett funded. And then we actually have a meeting with an architect. They found us an architect who would like to give us a donation of a first sketch so that we could start to communicate better about what we're talking about. We have a meeting next week with our building committee and the architect, and that's also donated. So those two things together are valued at about $20,000. And as a nonprofit, it's great to have us in a coalition like this because we can accept tax-deductible donations and grants.
May I ask to make some comments on this topic as well?
Please.
Thanks very much. I'm Joan Sepola, and I'm speaking for myself actually, although I'm with a number of other organizations. And something like, maybe a year and a, is this on?
Just lift it up.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, you broke it.
Broke it.
That happens all the time. That always
well,
happens all the time.
Something like a year and a half ago, we started talking about having a special kind of conference center, one where you could have retractable rate seating, which might be used on the weekends. The business meetings might be Monday through Thursday. Weddings would be on the weekends, but during the wedding season. And then perhaps performances could be held November through April on the weekends in the non-wedding season. And we went to some effort. We found out the cost of retractable rate seating, and we're talking about up to 200. It would provide up to 299 seats. We talked about the cost and also a special sound system and dressing rooms and all the things you would normally want. And we raised $1.4 million to that purpose, and there wasn't that much more to go in order to maybe another $1 million to complete the whole project. Now, if Lisa's idea goes forward, then there would be no need for this. But if Lisa doesn't quite make it to the total amount, we know how much it costs sometimes to build theaters, and it can be very expensive. And if they don't make it the entire way, then this might be an alternative. And we too had talked about an amphitheater in front of the conference space with a stage outside. So we've had many of the same goals over these years. So I just wanted the council to be aware that there would be other possibilities of providing a black box experience up to 299 spaces. Of course, when you have retractable seating, you can have an audience of 50 or 100 or 299. You get to move the space. So thank you very much for allowing.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like a tremendous opportunity to collaborate with the folks that are putting together this this whole, the whole project. So it sounds like a great opportunity to for you to work with the folks that are working on this plan right now.
And I certainly agree with Lisa that you don't want chandeliers and so forth. We never intended that to be at all. We worked with an architect. It has to have, whether it's black or maroon or whatever, but it has to be quite dark. Now, I might also mention that the Arts Career Center that Kelly Bowers is talking about over, she's the superintendent of our schools, they too had talked about a black box theater. So we don't want 3 of these. So I do think that there should be some energy put to bringing us all together. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Which
Again,
is
it sounds like a great opportunity for
yes.
sounds like a great opportunity for collaboration to start working
totally
together
agree.
on that.
Totally agree.
Great, thank you. Ms. Tromovich, were you done? Okay, very good. Thank you. Very exciting. And this is one of the things that I found most exciting about Monday night was that for quite a while there's been talk about, oh, well, we want this. And we heard people saying, well, we want that and we want this. But nobody had come up with something where they were going to create a nonprofit to operate a science center or to operate a black box, because that's one of our main concerns is how do you make that successful? Yeah, there's the initial fundraising, but who's going to run the thing? And I found that very exciting that through this collaborative effort, people were coming together and saying, we're going to create a mechanism whereby this is going to get funded, and this will be successful and sustainable, and not require ongoing subsidies. And I found that very exciting. As we've been working through this process for a couple of years now, this is the first time that we've heard that, and I think that's very exciting. So I encourage you to keep collaborating, keep working together, because I think this is very exciting. And you're looking at a lot of scientists up here, so this is that we live and breathe this stuff, and technicians and engineers, all these smart people that I get to work with. So
You can call me a computer nerd. That's fine.
No.
It wouldn't be the first time.
No. I said we got a lot of smart.
dabble.
I get to work with a lot of smart people, so I appreciate that. So very exciting, and I think some great potential for collaboration and folks working together on this. So excellent.
So is that what we needed to determine? Is agree with this general statement? And
Yeah, and
that's
I
pretty
think
much it.
we're
You just have
hearing
one item on this one?
Well, it's this one item, and I would mention that, we heard Bob Warner's item that we want to provide a place for these with flexibility, vision, and leaving it room to happen over time. And I think you are asking that we show physical locations, and both of the concepts will develop where there might be both a black box theater and a science center.
I think that's appropriate, yeah.
Well, and as the mayor just mentioned, collaboration. So it's really a space for the cultural core, and I think that what was also said is that it's appropriately what I did hear the Stockmen say was that they were excited about their park being part of that, and then you've got the right retail. So the idea is to be flexible in the thinking here. You can move some of these elements around, but what has been said, the proximity is important. We don't want to just start scattering these things all through the site. That it needs to be a core.
Right, and I put this slide up again just to both to remind people of the scheme having been submitted, but also to show that I think that illustrates exactly what Councilman Warner just said, is that those two cultural facilities in this scheme are here. They're both at the center of everything, so to speak, and they're adjacent to the park. I don't know that when we put these two schemes together and all the other issues come into play, it'll be exactly there, but I think it's illustrative of what Councilmember Warner was talking about.
Right, and I was trying to say is that I don't know what all the cultural facilities are, and so I wouldn't be precise in the number. We've heard two, maybe there's three. It's making sure that there's sufficient space to have this thing really grow and thrive, and we've just got to give it room and time.
I think that's what we needed on that.
Okay, so that's okay. Very good. Okay, so any further direction on the Science Museum or the black box performance space? I think that was.
So are we discussing location, or do we need to give direction on location? Because
I just tried to suggest,
Right.
following this diagram, that they won't necessarily be exactly here, but they will follow the principles that are illustrated here and that Council Warner just said, that there would be an area designated for flexible future cultural facilities that would be both adjacent to the park as well as centrally located to make them really a part of the center of the area.
Okay, well, and maybe I didn't clue in on that directly, but I think also we need to consider that if the hotel goes on the west side on that corner and you put the cultural facilities there, I do have issues with putting residential possibly next to the Bankhead Theater. So I don't know if you then, if the hotel's on the west side, you also look at putting these cultural facilities then next to the Bankhead, because there's some synergies there as well with having the black box next to the Bankhead. I know Mr. Patel, I think he's gone, mentioned a view of the Stockman's Park from the hotel. How does that work if you have these buildings? So I think we need to remain flexible as to where these two
Yeah, but the Stockmen in the past have not been comfortable with trying to put all of that next to the Bankhead. So there's, but the park and everything next to the Bankhead.
Oh, I'm not saying the park. I'm saying the two cultural facilities. I wouldn't say that it's a given that they go in those locations or are even located on the west side. I'm saying depending on where you put the hotel, I would think it would make sense then to put the cultural facilities next to the Bankhead. if the hotel is then on the west side. So I don't want to lock them in onto the west side parcel next to Stockman's Park. Because where do you put residential? Maybe we have a little bit of residential in there. I don't know. I mean, we're starting to kind of lose locations to put the residential.
I would love to hear from other council members
or
on
you get
that.
more flexible.
Right. I'm just saying, yeah, keep the flexibility.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the east side for these cultural facilities. Maybe have a little bit of residential mixed in on the east side. Maybe we, kind of scatter. I don't know. We'll talk about it when we get to housing.
Right.
Maybe do that next.
Yeah, if you so choose, you could go on to housing next and then finish up with public finance at the end, just to keep this discussion flowing.
Okay. Do you have sufficient direction on the cultural facilities, at least as a general concept?
Yeah, I think we do. I do think that the issue that Councilmember Spadowski just raised, I hope we'll circle back to that as you talk about housing, because we can use some guidance as to where some of these things go. We've got good guidance on some items. Giving us some guidance on housing, I think, will help further.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go to housing then. Yeah. Well, it's something that people were very concerned about it, and that they wanted some assurance that depending on what side of the street the hotel went, that the whole area wasn't going to be filled up with housing. And I think we've talked about mechanisms whereby that will not happen. That those things like massing, heights, and number of units can be controlled by a variety of tools, including the initiative process that would be council initiated.
Right. I think our problem is, as Vice Mayor Spadowski pointed out, is not the fear of too much housing. It's like, is there enough room for any?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, we're in that mode because with what we've done with the street and the garage and the surface parking and the potential hotel locations and the park and the blacksmith, we need some more acreage possibly, right? I mean, that's our problem. So I think it's just amazing, and we started this a while ago, and there were 420 units of housing? How many was it? 460 units of housing was going to get stuffed on this site, but with none of these amenities for the residents of the city.
But clarify that was in 2010.
Right.
That wasn't the most recent.
No. I was just going to go through it. The original vision was to put 460 units here, and
that was pre-Lennar.
Right, pre-Lennar. So I was going to get there, and then when we went out with the RFP, we said, "Oh, that's 460 is too much. Let's go to 260, 260." Okay, and just think about that. And then those two proposals we got, both from Lennar and Trumark, ended up in what I call the biggest, baddest parking garage city in town, in the world, right? I mean, it was just pure. It was 1,000-space parking garages were being talked about to accommodate that, right? So we were just going to end up with a parking garage, and I hate parking garages. So then, so now, the vice mayor made a proposal. And a year or so ago, it's a long time ago now, to cut that 260 to 130. And I supported it, but we didn't get enough. So we were at 130 units, and that's how we got there. And I do believe that we can find room for 130 units here. And so I'm just going directly to, I'm comfortable with that number, and that seems to be consistent, in the range of 130, and that seems to be consistent with what we heard in the outreach. So I'll just put that number out there to start with.
I mean, the easy solution is to put housing where the hotel isn't.
Well, no, we got the location. I think I would suggest that we speak to the number of housing.
Okay, fine. Well, I think 130 is fine. Yeah, it says 110 to 170.
So I'm saying that's a big range, and so I'm suggesting a little tighter around 130, plus or minus 10, something like that. That's kind of where where I'm at.
Well, something that's going to, and again, it depends on where the hotel is and the other buildings that are on the site, because what we have heard
Right.
is they don't want cheek to jowl housing units. And I think also we talk about the type of housing.
Right. And may I just say something about the type of housing? And if I could just say that, and I want to wrap it into the discussion on the finance. Because the other thing that drove us to the proposal where we went to even the 260 units of housing was the need to cover that 14 million nut for that, right? So now, let me just step through this a little bit and why 130 makes real good sense if we have the right type of housing. So with the Stockman's deal, it says in here 75, but talking with Interfaith, they think they might be able to put 100 units on there. But that's got a value, I believe, the last time I talked with staff, in the 5 million plus range. Now, let's think about it. If we say 130 units of housing, and we make that housing pure workforce housing, then you take, Mr. Roberts, can I use 70? Or what number? Pardon? So you use 70,000 and multiply it times 130. You have now more than covered the financial issues that we started with. And we've got only 130 units of housing, which is way less than anything that was ever really out there. And let me just put this in perspective. The number of affordable units that we're going to get out of here is way more, because if you start with the 460 and you say, what is it? I don't know, is it 15% or 10%? What is it?
10% downtown.
10%, 46 units. That's kind of where we were at. Then you cut it to 260, you get 26. Then you cut it to 130, and you get 13 units. So now we're talking about if we do it pure workforce, I understand that's possible, and we can work the details. That's 130 units of pure workforce and up to maybe 100 units. That's 230 units. This is way more than anything that was ever conceived when this thing first got started. And it's covering all of the financials, and it's only putting 130 units in the downtown. So that's the analysis that I went through. And then I think if just look at the number of people that showed up on Monday night and really spoke very strongly and articulately on the need for the workforce housing. So I'm suggesting 130 in that range of workforce housing, and that we do that. We don't have a lot of financial problem, and if I can get if you guys agree, then we can talk about where.
Well, you're talking about for sale units, rental units?
Oh, so, that's a good point. Again, I kind of put stuff out there, and then I'm told I have to think about it more carefully. But the for sale units are problematic because of how do you, all the deed restrictions and who gets the upside and the gain. So I think what I'm talking about, at least the conversations I've had with staff, is you have to partner with the appropriate nonprofit, and you keep them as rental. And it would be basically apartments. And then I think has been pointed out, then it's going to look like a hotel. I mean, at first blush, it's just not going to have a hotel sign on it, but it's going to be similar in architecture to that. And it would be, frankly, similar in architecture possibly to what's going to go on at the Growth Brothers. So we have some fungible things here. And remember, we said the hotel was, what, 100 and the same number of rooms. I mean, it's kind of like the same thing.
Second hotel.
Exactly.
Except a long time ago.
You see that I think, and you don't credit me with this idea of the fact that David Kent, who pointed out that these things are actually the same thing. And then, but I've been thinking for a while about the financials of this, and it's like, oh, this really it's a kind of amazing.
And we are in desperate need of additional rental units, and if we are making it affordable, that would be rent controlled then, so to speak, correct? Yeah, because that's one of, and just talking about the housing situation in general, I think if we were to go back and plan this area, I don't think it would ideally lend itself to multiple units for sale housing. We are just trying to cram too much on these sites. Now, that being said, we do need to realize how many units do we have left for our downtown specific plan to go, technically?
Well, we had 2,000 units identified in the plan. We've built, Steve, 500 units, close to 700 units.
Right. So we have roughly, 1,300
left.
units left in the plan, and here we are talking about, 100 units. We have units, I mean, literally within, well, if you're really good at it, spitting distance of this location, going up shortly. Hopefully at the Growth Brothers side. I have to remind people we haven't. I don't think it hasn't gone before Planning Commission yet. So let's not talk about like it's I like certain deals when they're done, but it's very encouraging what's happening there.
This
Housing,
20 units.
Yeah, and housing really is a balance, and I think when people look and mention about what's happening in Dublin, everybody refers to Dublin. And what's happening right now, what you're seeing in Dublin, it's very visible. It's not really stepped the way that they're grading it. You're seeing all the units go up. They're going up quickly because we had a bad economic downturn where a lot of developments that had vested rights to develop held off. And now it's all going up at the same time. Also, what's happening in Dublin is you had councils that approved those development rights many, many years ago. So the current council, if you talk to them, they're frustrated because people are saying, stop it, stop it, stop it. And there's nothing you can do to stop the growth rate that they're experiencing.
And that was all voter approved. That's
all
what they
voter
keep going
approved,
back
right.
to.
And so now you have a situation in Dublin where I think they're within, and this is not, if I recall correctly, within 5 years of being built out in Dublin. They will be technically done. Now, what's scary about that, I don't know if the legislation was passed, but there is talk of legislation of requiring more units to be built in town, and it's regardless of if you're built out or not. So Dublin could be faced with a situation of building yet even more units and finding more space for more housing. They're struggling with that rapid growth rate. I mean, it's hard to sustain that level of growth without impacting your residents. And an example of that, I sit on the Wheels board. You have high school students in Dublin that live in East Dublin that have to leave their home at 6 a.m. to get to class by 8 to ride the bus. So, I mean, we're struggling with it. Councilmember Coomer knows that we have several bus routes, and we have a shadow bus following the first bus. So the first bus completely fills up to the point where you have students standing in the aisles. And then a second bus behind them, same thing. And they're leaving at 6 a.m, and the kids then hang out at school from 7 until 8, waiting because they know the later buses they're not going to catch as well. So you really have, when you grow that quickly, you have growing pains, literally. And that's just one example. It's other services, it's other impacts to the community. So I think in general in town, we're doing a great job at maintaining a steady growth rate. You can't stop it. You do have regional housing numbers, and we do need to continue to provide different housing types and housing options for people in order to increase the chances of people buying a home. I think that even if all the cities in the Tri-Valley were to build at gangbuster speeds, you would still have an affordability problem because we still have a high concentration of very well-paying jobs in the Bay Area. My wife and I went through a similar situation to what's happening now 17 years ago when we bought our first home in Livermore. That was in 2000 during the peak of the Silicon Valley boom. I was a transit planner for Wheels, and I drove by our first house off of P Street on a Thursday, and they were knocking in the real estate sign at about 2 o'clock. I remember by 4 or 5 o'clock, we had an offer on the house. We were the first ones. That's the only reason why we were able to get that home, because we were the first in the door. And the kids who inherited the property just said, whoever gives us what we want, go with them. By that 8 o'clock in the evening, they had like 7 or 8 backup offers behind us. So I really do feel for the situation of those that are struggling to afford. And what I was prepared to talk about tonight was looking into, some kind of creative, or even, treat it almost as like a pilot project of micro units or some kind of smaller for sale units. But at the same time, we're also in a desperate need for additional rental units. We do have some rental coming in, I believe, next to Safeway. But prior to that, it's been 20 years since we've had
25.
Yeah, 25 years since we've had new rental units built
We have
in town.
planners younger than our apartments.
The Growth Brothers are going to be, the site's going to be rental.
Some rental as well.
So,
now, and just let me finish with the rental unit. I have a relative that lived in town, and she got priced out of the rental unit, and had to move because the rent was just through the roof. So if we have an opportunity to have rent-controlled units located centrally, I think that is the best opportunity to address some of the affordability issues. I know it's not a solution. If any city had a solution, or if anybody had a solution to the housing crisis that's going on right now, and it is, I do believe it is a crisis, that person would be a very rich consultant right now. But nobody's really come up with the one solution. And I do believe we're doing a good job trying to meter the growth. For every person that says that we're not building enough units or enough affordable units, I have 2 or 3 that are yelling at me every time a new housing project comes up in town. So
you're agreeing that it should be pure workforce?
I think that's an exciting opportunity to have a pure workforce, rent-controlled location in the downtown. My concern about the location is, if we were just to take a map of the city and say where would be the ideal places for affordable housing, typically downtown, that drives up the prices because of the location, would not be the ideal spot. But if we can pull this off with the rental units, I think it's a pretty good option.
Of course,
So,
one of the problems that we have is that over the last 6 years, between Santa Clara and San Francisco counties, they added 500,000 jobs and 50,000 housing units. So they created a deficit of 650,000 housing units. And because we're in that commute corridor, people are now having to live in Tracy and Stockton, and they're commuting to Silicon Valley and San Francisco. So that is what's driving up the cost of housing here. There's 100,000 housing units, or actually 500,000 housing units short. And so if Livermore adds, several hundred housing units, that's not going to affect the cost of housing in the region. And you mentioned Dublin. There was a traffic jam on 580 recently. And you talk about how Uber is going to be the saving grace for everybody. The Uber demand pricing went to $48 to deliver a child within Dublin to the high school.
Yep. Yeah, and I believe if we built thousands of units, it wouldn't really affect. I mean, we would benefit because we have the affordable housing program, and we would put money into that and build additional units. But, when I was looking for a home in Livermore, if we did not find that house on P Street as our starter home, we were looking at Tracy or Brentwood. Mm-hmm. Now, if you don't find that starter home in Livermore, you're also pressed to find that starter home in Tracy and Brentwood, and now you're starting to look at Manteca. I've had coworkers, I've had friends with 2-hour commutes one way with no traffic. So it really is. It's this problem that I don't know if any. Well, I know that no one city can solve it, but developments like this, I think it's at least a glimmer of a hope of being able to afford a rental unit in town.
And the other thing to point out is the workforce housing, they don't have as many vehicles typically as they're starting out, and that location is the transit center. Mm-hmm. So it's there's a lot of reasons to put the pure workforce housing right there.
You
There's a
live there.
number. Go ahead.
Oh,
ahead,
you
finish.
could take
Yeah, I was
ACE
gonna say
down to
there's
Silicon
a
Valley.
number of pluses here, having been a Silicon Valley commuter, and as well as my wife is doing now. It leaves our workforce heading east, southeast. You know, I know lots of people that are well paid, work in Pleasanton, work in Livermore, live in Patterson, Merced, Modesto. That drive, this would enable us to take just however many units that is, take those cars off the freeway. Encourage people downtown to walk to ACE if they want to work in Silicon Valley or something. There's so many good things about this idea that it's worth looking at. I am absolutely not in favor if those 130 units are market rate units. That's not going to fly. It means you've got people commuting to the South Bay once again clogging up 84 over the hill, clogging up 680. And I remember my 2.5 hour drives home were a good day. There was nothing positive about commuting to the South Bay. And it's a great idea if we're going to build it all on the site, and I'll bring that up too. Because I am honestly not in favor, since we've taken up a lot of space already tonight, or potentially. Where we're going to put everything is going to be interesting. We have a great staff. I trust them. 130 workforce controlled rent units to that just solves a lot of problems, I think, that we haven't addressed or haven't really determined to this point. Now, this gives an opportunity to make a start. Certainly not a finish.
You know, in building on that, if we can come up with creative solutions to either spread the housing out, I don't know if that works from a construction standpoint. You know, we do have housing units on First Street now. I mean, it's what? How many units total? It's very few, but most people don't really, you know, they don't realize, hey, somebody lives above that shop. So any way that we can spread and distribute, I don't know if it's economically feasible, because typically with construction, they like doing it in one big block at one time. You know, wood, let's avoid steel kind of thing. But, you know, any kind of solution that we can come up with to integrate, spread, I think that would go a long way.
Could I comment on that point just briefly? Just to say that I think, given that you're moving towards workforce housing and rental housing built and operated by a nonprofit developer, that's particularly a type where they need, not only for the construction, but for ongoing management, they do need the units generally in a centralized location or building. So we can certainly take that into account. One way that might happen might be that you would do 110 in one development and 20 that are, say, live, work, and managed differently. But I don't think you're going to be able to simultaneously meet the goal of spreading them out while also having them under centralized management as a single workforce housing project.
Right. If a few units could be spread out, that'd be great. I'm not saying that the entire 130, you know, you have 10 here, 15 there. I mean, if you do have a 90 and then, you know,
I missed the value of spreading them out. But the other thing, given the larger context that you were all referencing, I also would want to point out to those that came and spoke to us very passionately about the workforce housing and the other affordable housing needs, this isn't the end, right? We've got, you know, going through the intergovernmental meetings and other places, we're constantly trying to identify sites, because our problem is not so much the money, really, it's the place. And so I just want to let everybody know this doesn't mean like, oh, we've solved our problem here, and even though we did it so much more than we needed to, in order to satisfy the original loan agreements, by no means are we done. And we're constantly, scouting for places to do this. And I think that was, I'll just say this, I don't want to freak out the stockman too much, but just as an example, somebody came up to me after the meeting on Monday and said, you look at that diagram of where the land right down here, we've got a lot of solar fields, right? Well, that's land is encumbered by the same kind of deal that we had with the stockman. So I've already begun conversations, say, hey, you're nice guys, you want to be nicer and stuff like that. So we're really striving to solve this problem. And I think I don't want to stress this, the place to put these things. So this site downtown for the pure workforce is so good for so many reasons. And it's not that much. It's just the size of the hotel, basically. So, in essence, so that's all we're talking about. And I would hope that everyone agrees that this makes sense, and it's getting on to 11 o'clock.
So you were dealing with amount of housing. We heard some coalescing around an approximate number of about 130. Is there consensus that that's, for lack of a more precise word, the goal to sort of do on-site? And on-site, we're talking somewhere in the 8 acres. And that the other units, the goal would be to move them off-site via the Stockman's deal. And if other opportunities come to be slightly more flexible, that we incorporate those items too. But that's sort of generally our starting place that we're looking for, because, of course, the next thing we're going to suggest to you is a couple of places to consider to place those units. So is the first question, are we about at 130 or so units on site?
Yeah, 130, and then also we're talking about rental housing, but we're talking about full units. We're not talking about, there was some early discussion about live work, but we're looking to bring in people that are working in this community, people like the teachers, service providers, public safety, and the people that actually live here, that work here in Livermore. So hopefully they don't.
And as you're aware, our affordable programs do have preferences for folks who both live here and or work here, and both. We've also done preferences for certain classes. First responders, teachers, and others have also been, depending on the funding sources used, those could be either stronger or gentler preferences, but we've had a pretty good track record of actually being able to implement many of the council goals as we move forward on that. Those would be sort of things that we would bring back in subsequent places. So I think I saw sort of 5 agreements around about 130 units.
Mm-hmm.
I think our next challenge is to then talk about a couple or a few different options for locations. As somebody so eloquently said, we're starting to run out of spaces on that. We could start with the easy one from staff's perspective is if there's an East Side hotel, there did seem to be a community consensus to place housing units on the northwest corner of the large site as one of your options. And so that might be the place to at least start to look somewhere where the yellow box is.
So I would suggest that the modification is that if you did put the housing next to the bankhead, if you just flopped them, that it wouldn't be just a one-for-one switch, but that the ground floor, if it were next to the bankhead, would be retail.
Ooh, you did the harder side. Okay, so that's the flip side of that, which is moving to placing housing on the eastern site. So the proposal would be to do essentially ground floor retail with residential above.
That was just one option.
One option.
And so this is a case where we may go to others.
How tall is it going to get then? If it's like,
pardon?
How tall would it be then?
Well, less than 10 stories.
Huh?
Less than 10 stories.
Well, thank you.
Or parking.
Right. So no, I think that's the thing. I mean, it would again be to the 4 stories. So you may not get as
not
many
if you put
units.
retail at the bottom.
No, that's what I'm saying. You'd lose the story. You may not get as many. So I mean, that's the problem, right? So I'd say that's one option that I think should be at least brought back to us. Is what is it? And then I would say we probably need another option of what would happen possibly. I don't know, but I'm saying that it's the easiest thing to do. It's just flop them like was suggested, but with the retail on the bottom floor, because then you're trying to get both things, right? Have your cake and eat it too. So
sure.
That would reduce the number of units.
That would reduce the number of units
because you wouldn't have a ground floor housing.
I understand that, and but the point is maybe there's some other little plays that are in here, right? I mean the Stockman deal came out of nowhere, so maybe some other stuff comes out of somewhere, right? And so I'm saying it's just what looks good. I mean that's important. And having a retail element on the ground floor, if you were to do it, I think that's worth at least being brought back to us to look at, right? And but I don't know what the other obvious solution is.
Your staff's sort of been trying to figure that out. Once we sort of located the hotel on the corner there, If you were willing to consider at least a portion of the units on the east side above retail, then the last piece would sort of be the central north section of your site. It
Yeah.
would be a relatively modest scale building at that site because you're not putting 130 units any longer. So you'd have some smaller, 2 to 3 story building there, not a 4-story building.
And that actually, Matt, it meets the request to stage these things.
Which, then you could then essentially, we could look in those 2 areas and come up with reasonable footprints.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So just to summarize again what Mark's saying, I think Pranjal is going to try and draw this very quickly, but if the hotel is here, oops, now it's gone.
Well, just keep drawing.
There you go. So with the hotel, something like there, you have cultural probably down here at a lower elevation, lower number of stories so that people can look across it. And then you have some of the housing up in this area and another part of the housing over here.
But clearly providing enough.
And then and that's where you begin to say, well, do we need that street or not? And what value does it have?
Right.
And where do they park with the housing? Now, if you have retail on the first floor, you don't have parking
Underground on that. So that's essentially part of your total parking load. If it's the same retail we were planning for, the 10 to 20,000 square feet over the entire site, then it's all of the all of the same areas are in play. So that's one of the things that we ultimately, you would use a portion of the site that you had for I Street for surface lot. You also have your structured parking, and then you have surface parking in the central part of the larger site. So one of the things there is to balance the height, to balance the uses, to balance the parking. So there are some of those pieces to work out. You've got a central spine of open space tying the item together in some of these. So I think we've got some thematic guidance, but I think you're in the neighborhood of at least having some options to place some things.
So do we need to say anything more about the finances other than minimize the cost?
I don't think we need more guidance than that.
No.
Well, and I think we should, for the record and for the public, we want to understand that cost means both the one-time capital cost, which then also, because some of this money would be borrowed, translates heavily into the ongoing operation and maintenance cost, and both of those issues are very important for the city.
You're right, and we're trying to maximize the value of the affordable housing, contribution against the 14 million.
Right.
Could I mention a Mike Madden idea, please? Thank you very much. Mike Madden would very much like to develop, and Mike, I'm sorry if I think I'm quoting you correctly, would very much like to develop the east side. And he had in mind retail with cultural amenities and there was a garage. It was planned for 3.5 stories. Of course, it could even be more. And so I'm wondering if you accommodate your parking there next to the bankhead, and frankly, those of us who are on the board of the bankhead really need the parking there, as does Cascrute and the various businesses in that area with handicapped and everything. So if then perhaps you could have your housing in the north and the central, as Mark suggested, except having it be its own unit, and you wouldn't have to have as much retail, and you wouldn't have to have as much surface parking. So I'm hoping you would at least have the staff consider that as an option.
Has the staff heard anything about a development proposal from Mr. Madden on this site?
No, we haven't heard that directly from Mr. Madden.
I
And he
heard
has
it.
said
So
that he
wait,
cannot
let's-
speak. I'm sorry, he has said that he cannot speak directly because he agreed some years ago to go along with whatever the city decided there. But I must say that he said this in a number of occasions, and it would be very helpful if you would at least pursue that. Thank you for your time.
So I feel compelled to add, I've talked to Mr. Madden several times. He's a really great person, and my understanding is that no one speaks for him, and that at the time comes, he will, if he so desires, speak for himself.
Yeah, but to that point, I mean, is it possible to ask Mr. Madden about this? I mean, is that something that we could do?
We certainly
if he
could
wants
reach
to
out to
do it.
Mr. Madden and ask that question.
And I think we've brought up the fact of making sure that we contact neighboring property owners, and Mr. Madden certainly is a neighboring property owner to the east side. So at some point, we're going to need input as to, what their preferences are, because we're not working in a vacuum, and not just as we're considering what's happening in the back of the First Street. We also had that strip that was along there. So, at some point that needs to be entered into the discussion.
I believe he was contacted about that strip, and that you did express some interest in acquiring that.
I mean, as I say, I have spoken to him with several times. Certainly there's no commitment on his part for anything in particular, but one thing he's made very clear, he's quite practical, and he and I have had great conversations about garbage. Okay.
You're talking trash, right?
Well, why don't we just ask that? Well,
right. So that and so that is the one thing I've gleaned from the conversations is whatever we do here, and around we've got visions around Blacksmith Square and everything else, it's got to be real. And at the moment, the situation down there is not good, and it needs to be fixed. And if we start touching, doing stuff around Blacksmith Square, we've got to be just very practical. And the same way, you look at this city and you look at the back of the First Street residence, and the businesses, it's like a mess. So we just got to do it well. And it's not that hard, but we just have to care. And that is one thing I know he cares about.
I think we need to consider that which is. I almost cringe, but Mr. Banning, you have a comment?
Yeah, I'll be very quick. Don't worry. I just had a quick suggestion for you with you bantering around this idea, which is that the way you phrase how you're going to build the housing, I appreciate the workforce housing. Phrase it as build 130 or more units as feasible based on the development designs that you've laid out before. This way, the developers have the flexibility of putting in mixed-use retail, above a parking garage, whatever it is that works best with the ideals you've already laid out, but not limiting them to an exact number. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the suggestion. And with that, we've been working for a couple of years on this, and we've got some real proposals coming before us. I would suggest that we stay with the proposals that we have presented to us by interested parties. We haven't heard anything from Mr. Madden, and he certainly had an opportunity to present his ideas or projects or parking structures. Or I know I've seen plans that had an artisan market that was going to be there that Mr. Madden was going to build, and I spoke with Mr. Madden, and he had no intention of building that, even though it was on a rendering. So I would suggest that we stick with the plans that we've actually got people that are behind, and not get swayed in going a different direction. I think we have plenty of stuff that we're dealing with that's concrete. I don't think we need to look at something that somebody says somebody else wants to do. So as far as we're still on housing, right?
Right. Well, let me then summarize where I think we are. Given that direction that I just heard from the mayor, I think when we're going to be drawing for you two overall concepts. They clearly still have details to be worked out. Yeah. But I'll just point here because they would both have this zone of parking, as we talked about now several hours ago. They would have the street coming through this way. They would have an east-west walkway corridor as well, somewhere through the site. On one of them, you would have the hotel over here, and then housing up in this corner. They'd both have, I should have said first, they'd both have the park design here in the center, either as shown on the unified plan or the sort of more square design that was shown originally in East Side A. So that you'd have the parking, you'd have the park, you'd have the through street and a pedestrian corridor. In one of the two, you will have a hotel here and housing over in this corner. In the other one, you have the hotel here in sort of an L shape with cultural facilities lower to allow views across and housing in this zone and housing units on this site as well. And those will be the two concepts we draw for you and that we evaluate. And going back to one of the mayor's comments, we will attempt to give you some technical reasons why they may be different from each other and to help you weigh them so that you have that information as you go to try and select between those two when we come back to you probably in January.
So on the last point, when it was just raised by the last couple of people who came up to the podium, on the housing on the right, and we said put retail under that, but we got to be flexible as, maybe there's some parking under there. There's some kind of way to solve other issues there. So it's not absolute housing and retail. It can be something, it can be some kind of parking in there too.
There's let me answer that as clearly as I can, given my understanding of the development economics. You will need parking to serve the housing. You will not, unless you want to really limit the number of housing units and put the preponderance of them here, I don't think you'll be able to put non-housing parking on the east side.
Well, let me ask a question, because this is a case where I don't know. But, I mean, who sets the rules on the amount of parking that's needed per unit?
The council does.
Okay.
Well, hang on. The development community does also.
Right. So
wait. The housing next to the bankhead, if that's there, is set up by, we're partnering with a nonprofit and it's focused on the workforce. This isn't market stuff.
Correct.
Okay. This is also people that are just starting in their careers in the workforce. These are people that are presumably may not have as many vehicles. And it's also next to the transit center. So maybe we can be a little bit flexible in our parking rules for that development. I don't know, but I was just asking.
And I think the answer is that's appropriate. We can bring you back some options. We have on the ground actual effect. We know, for example, depending on your population, and the age of that population, your senior units park at far below what our parking standards are. Some of your more affordable projects do park noticeably less than your market rate. Depending on the size and scale of the unit, that matters a lot. So those are, I think, things we can take into consideration. But what I've heard at least one council member say is that base it on essentially our real experience in our situation, not necessarily what the standards are for a market rate housing project.
And aren't there transit-oriented development standards as well, where you
Yes.
have a certain type, and then there should be calculations based on that we may not have experienced in town, but somebody has a report out somewhere.
Very much so. The one thing your staff would make sure is that we take those into consideration and we sort of check them against our slightly more suburban experience here.
Right. Okay. And we had several speakers on Monday actually urge us to think that way.
Absolutely.
Well, there's actually there's an apartment complex that's going up in downtown Berkeley where they specified one parking space for each 3 apartments. And that's not anything that's going to fly. No, can you imagine one parking space for 3 units?
So we then end up with, again, you got to watch out for these unintended consequences, because, then what do we have to do about the rules on the garage? And so you can't be too draconian on this, right? So I'm just suggesting that staff think about it, be flexible, and do what makes sense.
Very good.
Right. I had another question. So it sounds like you're proposing 2 draft, designs, but one of the items that I brought up about the cultural facilities next to the bankhead. Now, would that allow then for, I guess it would, for more housing units to be located under that same footprint? So is that a third option where we locate, because again, I'm, and this is just my initial knee-jerk reaction. I'm not a big fan of housing on that corner next to the bankhead. If it's pure housing, I know we talked about retail on the first floor, but I do think that the cultural facilities next to the bankhead make sense on many levels.
Well, at the council's direction, we can certainly draw a third thing. I think one disadvantage of that approach that we've already seen with a very cursory review at the staff level is that we believe that the cultural facilities, by themselves at least, can be lower buildings. And that means that you put them right up against the bankhead. The bankhead is a very tall building. You had an opportunity for a taller building in that location. I have seen schemes, for instance, that put cultural facilities on top of a couple of levels of parking, and we could certainly look at that. But if it's cultural facilities by themselves at the ground level, against the bankhead, then you both are missing the opportunity for a taller building there, while you're also forcing some of the taller buildings, such as housing, to go right up against that West Side Hotel and thereby possibly block the hotel's views.
Well, you just mentioned that I'm not saying that that would be the sole use, but I would like to see them located there with whatever else. If you're talking about additional parking, that sounds like an interesting option that you could, I don't know if you would do it above or below or adjacent to, if you have, additional parking, whatever structure or surface, again, I'm not the biggest fan initially of, and I really can't articulate why. I mean, I think maybe we should, keep the housing together, or, I just don't know about, the number of units next to the bankhead. There's a lot of variables with it, but I just think I'd like to see a plan where we have the cultural facilities located closer to the bankhead.
Well, don't forget that the people that have proposed that unified vision are, and using the cultural facilities are not just a building, sitting on top of a parking garage. They are intimately connected to the park and the plaza. So I would suggest that you would need to circle back with the people that are putting the money together and thinking about all of this and got the energy, and you start taking their plan apart. That might be an issue. So the staff needs to circle back with them on
But
that.
my concern is more, is that a requirement of the Stockmans to have the cultural facilities next to them? And that, to me, that's the more realistic. I mean, if that's a deal breaker for those that would like to raise money and put the cultural facilities there, then I think that's unfortunate that we can't, consider putting it next to the bankhead.
No, I didn't say we couldn't consider it. I said I'm just urging staff to circle back with them and ask and find out. And we don't want to just draw something in a vacuum.
Well, in my feeling, though, it would be bizarre to have a science museum sitting on top of a parking structure. I'm just thinking of what it would look like on our current parking structure to have a science museum on top of the parking structure. So you'd be.
I never proposed that.
No, but the idea is, as Mr. Early said, you'd have these lower buildings next to the bankhead, and you'd lose the opportunity to put some height. And then he said, possibly on top of a parking structure.
I would say just let it be considered, but do it in conjunction with the people that are promoting these ideas. And since you've also said you can't even articulate why you don't want the housing.
No, I mean, I don't have a comfortable feeling of having the housing on that site. Again, that's my initial knee-jerk reaction. I think it does need, we do need to explore it more, but at the same time, I think if we could locate it together, that might be, not only from a construction standpoint, better, but I think it might be just better from a design and flow standpoint. I just don't, and again, we have people that are proposing facilities. That's great, and they're looking, to raise money, but we don't have anything definite yet. So therefore, I don't think that should be a driver of where we design and place buildings.
Yeah, I was good. I just picked up on that point too. That I don't think that our consideration is to work for private businesses. I think we have to work for the community. And if it works out that we're all thinking on the same page, that's great. But we have to do what's best for us here, and not. Remember, these aren't publicly funded entities that we have to worry about. They're not subsidized. So we're going to have to do what works for the plan down there rather than
I completely agree. For me, a vague, uneasy feeling is kind of hard to deal with. And I'm just suggesting let staff consider the alternatives. I'm perfectly open to it. And in the process, just cycle back with the people who have proposed some of these ideas, right? Why not? I mean, what's the harm in that?
No, I'm not saying discount their ideas. I'm just saying that, I think I would be interested in seeing a design that co-locates all the housing together on the west side.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. I'm just saying, before you start moving these things around, as you do, please check in with the community of interest here.
Well, you said putting all the housing together on the west side. Is that in both designs?
If Again, I just can't. I can't quite peg it right now. But it is, and sometimes I go by gut feelings.
And I'm saying it's fine. Are you objecting to cycling back with the community of interest here or not?
So define the community of interest.
I'm saying the people you're talking about. We had a tremendous number of people show up on Monday and say they were behind the unified vision. Okay, a tremendous number across multiple spectrums of this community. Okay, now you're saying, well, that's great, but I'm going to take this stuff and I'm going to move it over here, and I don't really need to talk to any of these people.
Not at all. I didn't say that. It would be a third option, and it's something that I don't think that we are bound to one particular design.
No, we're not bound to one particular design. All I'm saying is you're moving stuff around, and please talk to the community as you do that. That's all.
Okay. Well, that it is a third option. I'm not saying discount what they're saying. I'm saying look at that as well. But I personally would like to see the.
Could I interject here?
I'm agreeing. Wait. I'm agreeing with it. I'm just saying that some of the information we want back when the thing is evaluated is what they think about it.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Early, you were going
well,
to
I would
jump
say,
in here.
just to try and see if we can come to a decision here, I think you all are studying at least two concepts, and Councilmember Swidowski is suggesting perhaps a third. And I think relative to that third concept, you actually have three options. So if having said that by introduction, if I can just slow down and explain where I think we are, and then I can pose a question to you that will, I think, provide some clarity. So at the very least, I think you're telling us we should look at a hotel option on the east side with the housing on the west. It's going to be somewhat similar to what was East Side A. I think we've all seen that. We know what it will look like. Secondly, we will do one that you've discussed already at some length, which is the hotel on the far west side with the housing split, some of it on the east side site and some of it along Railroad Avenue, leaving cultural facilities a little farther south from Railroad so that there are views across it. I think you've all agreed to do those two. Councilmember Swidowski is now suggesting that perhaps there should be a third. And I think that third alternative would be to amalgamate all the housing onto the west side and move the cultural facilities, perhaps with some parking as well, onto the east side site. I think relative to that proposal, you have three options. One is to direct us to do it, period, so that you have it to study. The second one would be to first check with some of the communities of interest and ask them how they feel about it, and only pursue it if they say that you would like that they feel that's a good idea. And the third would be that you would take a straw vote now and say you don't feel that's necessary and we should just stick with the first two. So I think that those are the three options.
There's a fourth. There's a fourth. Do as Vice Mayor Spadowski suggested, but when it comes back and evaluated, in the evaluation, we understand what the community of interest says. So we don't have, there's a fourth option.
Well, absolutely. That actually would be part of my first, and I'm sorry I didn't say that. Part of our evaluation of that third alternative would absolutely be to talk. I mean, we will do this for all three alternatives or both of them. We will check with a number of opinion leaders and stakeholders to find out their reactions to the two or three concepts that we draw. So that would be very consistent with all of you directing at this time to go ahead and draw a third concept.
Yeah,
I disagree, but I think we just should stick with the first two.
Councilor Coomber?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm sorry, I don't think your microphone's on.
It is not.
So,
yeah, I think two is a good start. I don't think it's a finish. I don't want to look into three right now just because I think we're talking about something that's fairly nebulous, I think, to me right now. And it may be the time, but it doesn't look as clear as it may have looked 5 hours ago. But, that's the first two make perfect sense to me.
Councilmember Warner?
The first two make perfect sense to me too, but I'm in the spirit of just trying to be accommodating. If it's not a big deal, let's see what it says. I mean, I was just concerned that we want to do something that the community might not like. So but I'm willing to look at it. I mean, if it makes any sense. I mean, so I'm maybe I'll abstain. I don't know, but really, I don't want to just jam it now. It's late, and
There's gonna be a lot of-
I'm flexible on this one.
Well, it all just comes down to, it's about staff time. I mean, it's nothing that.
That's right.
We're asking a question. It comes down to how much time.
Okay, so
staff's
let me,
gonna commit to this.
let me put it this way.
That's right.
If you got time to do it on top of everything else, then do it. But if you're pushed for time, don't bother.
Okay, so
My
let's-
main-
I take that.
No, we have to decide. You can't leave it.
Right, and then
You're
okay,
sticking them with it.
Okay, I'll go two.
two points to this. One is I would be interested to see what you would do with the east side if you didn't put housing on it. So, other than the cultural facilities, would you put retail? I mean, is it a spot for parking? I mean, are we
That's up to
talking
us.
about right?
It's up to us.
and
We
so-
decide where the retail goes.
Right,
and
but
where everything else goes.
and then that's why I would ask that staff direct maybe some of the retail goes over there. I don't know. I'm just, I'm trying to. I'm trying to see. I just want to see what it would look like if we did have all 130 units together, because I think that is an option. And if we were to do that, I don't think that you would put all 130. I would need to look at traffic circulation. Where do you find the parking? That kind of thing on that east side. So, and then splitting it, there may be challenges I'm hearing about construction and funding that might complicate matters even further. So I don't know if splitting it's the best option. So that's why I wanted that option of keeping it all together. The second point that I have, when you talk about community of interest, and it sounds like that's the community of interest that who are you talking about specifically when we're checking in with the community of interest? That I have no problem with that, but I just want to know who are we talking about, because we're throwing around this term, and who does that exactly mean? When we say community of interest, we're giving decision making or influence on the plans to who? Is it the people that signed on to the plan in the press release that was announced? I mean,
I took that to mean to Stockman's primarily, because they were the ones that.
okay, and when we called the Stockmans up, I didn't hear anything about preference for the cultural facilities as one of their requirements. That wasn't in the
I got the
the
feeling that
slide.
they wanted the cultural facilities next to the.
I didn't hear any mention of the cultural facilities at that time. Maybe I didn't hear it, but so I'm just I want to keep options open. It would be nice to see that design, but it sounds like I don't have the support for that. So those are my questions. It's not. I'm not trying to. See, maybe this is why it was so nice on Monday night, because I wasn't here. But I'm not trying to offend anybody. These are all great ideas. This is, we need to let this process play out. And I believe that this is part of the process of just making sure that we're keeping certain options open. Now, it could be that we come up with these designs and then we discuss it at that point. I don't know. Maybe we just come up with two designs and then say, no, this doesn't work or that doesn't work, and now we need to modify them, and then we consider this. So maybe it is a little premature. But that's all. I mean, anyway, I'll stop.
Okay, well, oops, they're back on. Okay, so the consensus that I get from the council is that two designs are sufficient. I see three heads nodding, so three heads is the majority. So
And then my question still stands: who are we checking in with?
We're not
I'm not
checking.
checking in with anybody,
checking in with anybody.
because we're
Okay.
we're going with the two designs. So,
I would prefer we refer to the community we were talking about. It's not the community of interest, because I don't.
That's I
very
think, where I
poorly
was going.
defined. Community is really who we're working for.
yeah.
Right.
Okay, so we're going with two designs, flipping back and forth on that. Okay, and we're talking about workforce housing, affordable units, somewhere in ballpark of 130 plus or minus. Actual full apartments, not micro units or the like. Okay.
I hate to do this, but I don't know. Well, but I will. Actual full units. I mean, I don't. Does that mean, or is it? We're not talking necessarily 2 bedrooms. I mean, I'd leave it. I wouldn't put that.
We're not talking co-housing.
No, we're not talking co-housing, but we're talking studios allowed, right?
Yeah, something. That's,
Okay.
That's
I just wanna make-
something
okay.
that has something, you guys got that, right?
Okay.
Yeah, something that has all of the amenities enclosed in each unit. We don't have shared bathrooms or the like. Okay.
And at the same time, I think part of what I'm assuming all of you are assuming is it wouldn't be 130 studio apartments. It would be some combination
Be
of
mixed.
studios, one bedrooms, two bedrooms.
Right, sure.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. Do you have sufficient direction on housing?
I think we do, and I think perhaps we have sufficient direction on all items at this
Oh,
time.
no, we didn't cover public finance yet.
No,
Cheap.
we talked about it briefly.
Yeah, we did.
Very briefly, yeah.
Yeah, I asked them if they were good on it, and they said
Oh,
yes.
okay. All right. Well, I don't know if it's that brief.
You told us that we should be sure to minimize costs both at the capital phase and in operation and maintenance
Right,
to the most extent
no,
possible.
and no subsidies, yeah.
Yeah.
Minimizing
Operational subsidies. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
There obviously will be public monies involved. I don't want
Right,
anybody
but no
to come
operational
away thinking there
subsidies.
can be zero cost to the city.
Right.
But we will work to minimize those costs, and that will be one of the evaluation criteria. That will be both a criterion as we go to do these two concept designs, and then it will be a further evaluation point when we compare the two to each other.
And it was to maximize through whatever transactions we have to enact, to the value of this affordable housing and the land swap with the Stockman, so that we make sure that we do that in the maximum possible.
So the last item is to clarify for you our next steps. We had told you that if you were successful in designing a number of alternatives, we would go and study them. To sort of give you a little more detail on what that would be is, that analysis would look a lot like the analysis we did for the 4 alternatives. The one item that I have heard several council members note at different times, but you've not ever given us direction as a body, is a desire to understand the constructability or the phasing of the alternatives. In other words, how these might be built over time, especially if they involved considerable public investment in parking structures or streets or utilities or other things. I'm assuming that the council does wish to have these 2 alternatives that you have designed for us to be analyzed using that criteria. I'm assuming your general direction is both of them should try to be optimized to make them both as efficient as they can possibly be with public funds, both for capital and operations as we move forward. That would be the only different and additional analysis we would do versus the kinds of analyses that we did, which is talking about number of units, talking about traffic impact, talking about parking impact, talking about square footages and costs. This additional would be sort of how would we build this out over time.
So just one refinement to
Sure.
that is minimize the time it takes as well, while providing the flexibility for the cultural facilities.
So if I understand what you mean, that you'd place a premium on taking steps to make sure that the various portions of the plan could move forward quickly. Specifically, I assume that the hotels in your first phase.
Right, and I'll just give you an exact example.
Okay.
And we talked about it. We put the hotel on the west side, and we got that south garage.
Mm-hmm.
We got to figure out a way to get them both built at the same time.
Got it. You'd rather not to have major portions of the program have to wait for public infrastructure, for example.
Yeah,
So
we
you'd like to
don't
see a
want-
phasing plan that would allow the thing that you want to actually get built as quickly as possible, not have to wait for a parking facility or something
Right,
else.
and I think in particular, given the decades-long wait for the hotel, that in my mind there's a priority on figuring out, subject to everything else, getting it there first.
Okay.
Is it
Or the fastest. It won't be the first.
and is it possible to include some of the public space in that first phase as well?
Absolutely.
So it's not just hotel and then right.
So
And then dirt,
we had, based on previous council direction and what's in your budgets, had a first phase budget of approximately $20 million worth of public investment. And so staff would try and optimize that scale of investment, not exactly that number, but pretty close. Not $40 or $50 million of public investment, because we don't have the resources to be able to do that all at once. But to maximize both infrastructure, the open space, and essentially the necessary parking. So we heard sort of parking, open space, and the hotel as sort of your top priorities, and do the very best you can on those three pieces, given all of the 5 hours of conversation that we have already had, and we're not going to do any of that.
Gotcha.
Right, and just for everybody to kind of understand, because people have different expectations, it takes longer to go through the entitlements to get started on a hotel than it does to get started on a parking garage.
That is true.
So
If we can pick a spot.
if we're lucky and we can get them both wherever they are started in this, in their process, start their process at the same time, it'll probably be the parking garage gets there 9 months ahead of the hotel.
Okay. Steer the direction that you need. Any further comments from the council?
I think we've said a lot.
Okay, nothing else? Any further comments?
Yeah, I'll just say, I thought many people noted it and the ambiance and everything else. I was really I'm glad that tonight we were able to align. I mean, we aligned really well, and that we've given staff sufficient direction to to build these plans. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the answers come back in January. And I'll just say about Monday night, it was just incredible to see the representatives from so many diverse organizations and citizens' perspectives show up and speak. And I mean, who could have imagined a year ago that we'd have the stockmen and wine growers who embody our long-standing and rich cultural heritage, the newly arrived younger generation that needs workforce housing, the generous and caring senior housing providers from the interfaith community, the family-owned businesses that have invested so much over many years to make our downtown so vibrant, the scientists and engineers from our world-renowned technical community, the brilliant young students we saw, and the successful leaders from our thriving arts organization, that all of these would come out in force at a council meeting to support key elements of a plan in unison. It's just unbelievable. I mean, nobody could have imagined that a year ago. And so, Monday night was truly remarkable to me, and I've been on the council for a while now, and I believe that what made this possible is the ability of the diverse set of stakeholders to actually see the possibilities in the value of coming together, and their willingness to do that and compromise for the common good. I really saw that in a lot of that, and what we have in these concepts, they're not fully baked plans, and that's what we're giving staff direction tonight so that they do it. But I think it was the fact that they weren't fully baked that was a key reason that many groups could endorse them, because nobody got exactly what they wanted, but they got enough, and they could align. And frankly, just imagine how wonderful it would be if in the coming weeks the community group would accept the overtures from the very broad coalition behind the unified vision and cooperate with them to help staff as needed to refine the concepts into real plans that can be thoroughly evaluated and possible to build. And I think that if this could happen, the citizens of Livermore would truly be well served. So thanks everyone for what you've done, and I'm just stunned at what we've accomplished in the last couple of nights.
Wow. Thank you. And as you pointed out, the fact that people came together and collaborated, we've actually got a way now to a path to create some of these cultural amenities, and I think that's very exciting. Any other comments from the council? You raised an interesting point. The fact that everybody came together and collaborated on this, I think that is truly remarkable. And we had the community group express an interest tonight to work with the unified vision, which I keep thinking of string theory, but that goes back way back. But I think that presents an exciting opportunity, and to continue this collaboration. I don't want to get too huge, but would there be interest in perhaps having a subcommittee of the council leading this collaborative effort to finalize the details over the next couple of weeks? Because we've seen that glimmer of hope to collaborate. Would anybody see any value in something like well?
Well, my question would be then, who and how do we decide on who's on the group for a subcommittee? It sounds like we went through a pretty long process to develop the downtown committee, the steering committee. So I think we would need to go through that process again.
This would be a council subcommittee.
A council subcommittee, but then we're saying that we're working with the community group and the other group. So I don't know. I mean, I would prefer at this point that whatever we work on is in this format with all 5 of us, to refine plans and not split it off into another subcommittee. Because then again, who are we working with? I mean, we're saying that we're working with the community group. And then we say that we're working with the Unified Vision Group. Are those the only? I don't know. I would much prefer that we keep this in the more of the public forum than a subcommittee at this point, because I think we've had enough of subcommittees, and I think we're at the point right now where we just need to have meetings where we can air everything
really
out.
Close right now, and that there's a few refinements. And I said the community group has expressed an interest in collaborating with the architects of the Unified Vision, and I think if that's an opportunity to bring everybody on board, we could move quickly with a subcommittee of the council where we wouldn't need to have agendas and minutes and all of that. But we could finalize some of those details and continue to move forward with staff doing the analysis.
I think some of the details that we finalize from here on out all need to be in the public forum. I don't think we should be making decisions now at this point with a subcommittee. That's not recorded and broadcast on TV for everybody to see.
Everything we've seen has been recorded, but there's an opportunity where groups can come together to collaborate to, for example, finance some of these these elements.
And I think that's great if they have those discussions, but I don't think council members should be involved in it until. I think from this point forward, we all 5 need to be involved, and it needs to be in a public setting and not 2 council members negotiating with people behind closed doors. I'm not comfortable.
Well, and when does a 3rd group, 4th group, 5th group claim they're unrepresented? And I would agree with the vice mayor that I think this needs to be played as a community rather than with specific groups that may or may not have special interests. We're all looking toward the same goal here, and I think we can make that decision probably better than going into caucus with 2 specific groups, where we may find that as soon as we name them, that there is a 3rd group out there that wants to be represented in this.
Well, we already had 19 people.
Oh, I understand that.
At the
I understand that, but we're beyond that now, and now we've got the information.
We're bringing together the last 2 factions that have been working.
We're not here to be arbitrators for anybody else's interests. We're here for the whole community, and I'd rather do that deliberation in public.
Okay.
The 5 of us.
Okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate everybody's
I'm good with that.
work. I'm not trying to say that anything shady's going on or whatever. I think I really as this process has gone on, I really do think, and I've mentioned this before, how we've gone through this process is a great example. Maybe somebody can use it as a case study someday of getting through a very difficult situation. So I want to keep that going, and I've always said let the process play out. So and I think at this point the process needs to be continued to be played out in public, where people can come and comment on ideas and things that we're talking about, because it is kind of the biggest issue.
Okay, then Councilman Warner?
Yeah, I think what I may have detected in the suggestion is staff's got a lot of stuff to do. I think they've got sufficient direction. In the event that there might be some breaking news, what I'm hearing is that what we're going to need to do is be available to get together. Right? That's the flip side, because in order to work some of these things, you might need to be quick, and council meetings are not quickly scheduled and everything else, right? So there's a very valuable period in the next couple of weeks to make sure all of this kind of goes the way we said it goes. And I think that's what I detected in the suggestion, is that helping that move along, if staff so desired. So I would say this: let's see how it goes over the next couple of weeks. There's a lot of stuff, but if for some reason there's a hiccup, don't hesitate to say, "Hey, guys, you got to solve this." Right. So that, I think that's the way to do it. We'll launch, given the direction. Any kind of hiccup now, because we are targeted on January, right?
That's an incredibly ambitious target, but yes, the very end of January.
That's what I'm saying. So we, believe it or not, after 2 decades, time is of the essence, right? So,
Well, that's great.
Let's get this done.
Yeah. So you've got 15 pages of direction there, and you've got council direction, and let's move ahead and get this thing going, because we've got some tremendous energy and some tremendous collaboration that we've been able to work with over the last 9 months. And I would once again like to deeply thank the members of the steering committee and Chair Carling and Vice Chair Werner for shepherding this along and bringing all these groups together. And now we've got a whole nother wide range of folks that have come together and created, really through this collaboration over the last 9 months, we've got some phenomenal plans here and actually mechanisms to bring these to fruition, to actually create these and make them happen. So I'm very excited about this. I look forward to staff coming back next year, in the next couple of months, with some really, really exciting stuff for this community. So with that, any other comments from the council? This long meeting has adjourned. Thank you.